Hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome to the day. I'm just trying to get everyone online and ready to partake in our games. Hope everyone is feeling great. We are getting ready to go. I'll be on camera in just a sec, guys. Let's figure this all out. Alright, looks like we got everyone here. So we're gonna get started. Solo vs. Q are gonna be our first matchup of the day. Hello and welcome to some StarCraft 2. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us, like I say. And yeah, excited to get into this and see what exactly is going to be going on as we get our way through some of these games today. Just look to see how everything will be going. So, get started, figure things out, get it rolling. For our first little bit of time. Exciting stuff. As we have our game ready to begin. It is going to be Solo, it is going to be Q. Let's get into some StarCraft 2 today. Welcome. As we have in the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player. This, from Team Liquid, is going to be Q. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is Solar. As we get our action up and ready to go. Hope everyone is doing great again. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Welcome. We're live here on Twitch and YouTube for our final day of the WardiTV Korean Royale. Thank you so much for the donation. Let me get my stuff open and I can say thank you to that properly. But yeah, we're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, I will ask you already just to hit that like button on the video. It helps out so very much. It really does. So do check that out as a quick little option. Goes a long way to helping us out. Otherwise, Solo in the bottom left and Q in the top right. First Overlord's moving across the map, and away we go. And let me just get my dashboard open so I can just have a quick peek at this. And a Korean name just says thanks for. No further message attached, just thanks for. And we don't know what for exactly. Alright, well that's all good. Again, hopefully guys are having a great day, great Sunday. Have had a great weekend so far. Our final day of the Korean Royale, and finally today we have some less, a few less ZVZs. There is a Zerg waiting in the grand finals. Dark is waiting there for us, so we will have him coming through and ready to play a bit further down the line. Obviously that's in 4 best of 5's time. He'll be in the best of 7 grand final. Until then, Q versus Solar. We might have some hiccups today, guys, because today is World Team League Day as well, and World Team League would not let the players play their matches in advance, despite the WardiTV Korean Royale Finals happening. So basically, the players, we will just have to wait at some point, most likely for downtime. Players like Solar and Q are taking part in World Team League. Whenever they have to play World Team League, they will just have to go and play World Team League, and there's nothing we can do because nobody ever wants to help Wardy out, is the moral of that story. Yeah, so we will just have to wait around and sit and do nothing when the players have World Team League matches. There's nothing you can do. I mean, World Team League is every single weekend. It's impossible to avoid, and they don't let players play from replays. We can't kind of play our playoffs preemptively, right? That would really suck, so we're probably going to have some downtime at some point. Like I say, there's just not really anything I can do about that, so that's just how today may go. Just a little bit of a pre-warning on that one. As a couple command centers come up, we get this underway, and we look to see how things are going in these next few moments as we get everything settled down here in game number 1 on Dynasty. Obviously, just the Reaper poking about. Great map to start off on. Q as map pick, and that means that he is going to be able to obviously pick a map which he feels like is his best shot at getting some victories here, getting some W's. So he is going to be setting up in that regard and showing us a little bit of what he plans for. I mean, this is a great map for just pushing on. You can be very greedy with that gold base early, for example, so you can already get that underway And that's, you know, these are all things which obviously benefit you in a massive way in a kind of a macro game. If you hit some kind of a timing, etc., etc., all of that is typically very good. So a lot of options here in the early stages. Reaper still moving around. A couple of Hellions are going to come across and join said Reaper. It is triple CC out of Cure, so that part of this is pretty much decided already. As, yeah, that much of it is kind of set in stone. And we just have ourselves these Reapers and Hellions going to try and move through and see if there's going to be some opportunities to get something done. The Evo Chamber's coming down to try and protect. Going to be our starting point there. And we end up just moving back away as the Hellions, the Reaper, just going to go elsewhere, just try and move around a little bit for now. Get that up and rolling. So we get this already with more Hellions. Obviously trying to deny creep will allow you to push more aggressively into certain positions a bit further down the line as well. So opportunities there. As our Queens just going to be chilling out. Hellions in the center, Overlord setting up tight. And a couple Queens, Overlords, drones all coming through. The Spore Crawler on the way up as well. We got ourselves a couple Queens top left, and the Overlords are still chilling up there. As our Hellions start to pull back through the center of the map. And our barracks continue to drop on down as well. Hellions, the Reaper, getting set up. And just going to have ourselves the few Hellions on the natural expansion getting settled also. As that Mule is going to drop down. So just going to get that going on the natural. And just having ourselves the rest of these Hellions getting, again, moving around and into position. Trying to see what's going on. Well, a few moments of still calm in this game, I suppose, as not too much happens just for now. Now ourselves the Viking taking some shots. I mean, to be fair, this is really obviously sit back, relax, and, you know, do a lot of setting up for the future. There's not a whole lot of action really necessary on either side just yet, so that is why we get this kind of very calm and chilled out experience for a little while. Again, just the Hellions moving around. That's going to be about it as our Ling Bang continues up also. Minutes get knocked. It's going to be seen still the 1-1 and the Stim Pack is on the way out. The Hellions and the Reaper pull back away through the top side once again. We actually have ourselves the Banshee able to get ourselves a Crypt Tumor too, which is always nice. Just again, that Banshee already dealing some damage. Banshee pulls out down the bottom. The Hellions come forward. A bit of creep going down as well. We're going to shoot at that Overseer, so a little bit more being dealt once again as we continue to put some damage out. The Overseer just taking some shots again, making use of these units in the early stages already, basically. As Cure just trying to make the most of this, trying to get something going. So far, not much is really going, though. Like I say, it's just spreading creep and Cure building up in towards what is an Atrax, and this is the kind of go-to build for this map because you can just push so aggressively off of such a strong eco-opener. As the Marines and the Hellions continue to move through. One medevac loads up. Just going to bring the tank over here. The Hellions going to move through. And our Marines will stim down this ramp as our Queens will take some shots. Creep Primers will start to go down. TT on the way up, combat shields on the way, additional Marines come through. Our Lings are going to come over as our Overlord will take some damage. And just have ourselves, again, a bit of back and forth here. Q already looking very powerful. Going to have a double drop. He actually left a lot of units at home already. Double drop heads north side. It's going to be a lot of units moving up over there. So it's going to be kind of cool to see as we do have Queens getting pushed back a little further. This Ling Bane pulled out to the right-hand side, so we'll see how that pans out as well in the next little while. Tank shots going well for the moment. And we are going to be seeing the Hellbats here try and protect. I mean, this is the issue of having not really reinforced this position. You will get overwhelmed, but is it worthwhile? You're going to kill the top left base. That's a fifth. I wouldn't say that's the most immediately useful base to get rid of. The additional broodlings going down as they pop out. The lings head towards the upper side, and again, some more of this creep spread will continue to get dropped here. But I feel like this creep that is not overly influential. We will drop a 4th base as Cure, so he's got a longer-term game plan now coming into place with a 4th base. He's gotten himself a supply lead. He's putting himself in a good position. Now he's looking to play out from there in the next little bit as our lings, our banes, our hydras continue to come back over. Marine tank is out down to the bottom, and Cure is on a bit of a push once more. So still kind of rallying heavily. Just he never really reinforced that initial position he took. Of course, no gold allowed for Zergs. It's just too risky of a base to have. So that was one of the bases that would have been denied with that push as well had it ever been up. As we actually try and take the gold on the other side. That's a more common play, but obviously Q is already here, and that's a kill, not a cancel, because it happens oh so quickly. And Solar finds himself in trouble as Marines can stim down this ramp. The Lings are going to run forward. Tank's doing a good job. I mean, this just becomes such an impossible position to fight, and this hatchery is so low. I mean, you kind of have to fight. You don't really want to lose another base here, because the Banelings will do nothing. The Hydras, I want to say, are just not going to be enough, because they're going to be on their own as well, so they're just not going to have any real support, which means that they're in trouble. The Bane's going down, the Bane's all dropping, Hydra's still taking shots. Just going to have ourselves, I think, well, maybe not quite a cleanup, but there is still the double drop top left side, and that runs into a base, and Cure is going to take a pretty plain simple game number 1 victory. Game 1 goes his way very comfortably here to start off this series, and there you have it. So first game goes the way of Cure. Solar's going to take a moment to restart SC2 because he has got some lag. So he's going to do that. While we do that, then we will just take another moment or so to get ourselves set into the next game. Get that ready to roll. Alrighty. Get that ready to go. I guess just answer a couple questions. Yesterday we were live for the first portion of these playoffs. They were not live on YouTube because it looked like it was going to be a short day. I actually thought one player was going to have to forfeit, and it kind of felt as though we were going to have a very, very short day of SC2. I didn't really want to put the YouTube channel live for it, but then it actually turned into an okay day, even if it was a lot of ZVZ. So let's get everyone into our lobby as we get ready for a round 2 here in the next couple of moments. Get this ready to start up and roll. We're missing some casters today. Everyone's missing. I guess a bunch of people are going to be covering World Team League instead. There's some fun matches in WTL today. It's obviously Liquid and so it's Vitality against Offside, which is actually a pretty fun one because Offside is the kind of the sister team to Onside, which became Vitality, and then Liquid against PHR Raid is kind of cool too. So those matches happen further down the line and further in the day. Our ideal situation is that Cure wins against Solar, so that Solar is out of the competition before he has to play WTL, and then hope that someone knocks Cure out before he has to play WTL. So that we can really just minimize our downtime, because there is a chance we have World Team League downtime today. So, yeah, like I say, unfortunately. I mean, you just can't run a tournament on a weekend anymore without World Team League interfering, which is... It's kind of weird because the World Team League used to be like on weekdays, so it didn't really matter because you just wouldn't run stuff on weekdays, but you can't just run events on weekend. You can't not run events on weekends, and then World Team League takes a very long time. As, looks as though we're going to get ready to go here. Just waiting for Q to ready up, which he just did, and so we can go and get some SC2s rolling and see what's going to happen. Alright, let's kick this off. More StarCraft 2 action here today in the WardiTV Korean Royale final day. Q versus Solar here in the round of 10. The winners move on to play Bunny. The winner of that plays Classic. The winner of that plays Creator. And we have a Zerg in the grand final. Dark will play a best of 7 against whoever is victorious against this bottom side gauntlet of the bracket today. As in the top left, up 1-0, clean and simple to start us off. Our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is indeed Cure. As we get to the bottom right, our red Zerg from Vitality, we've got ourselves Solar. Game 2 of our best of 5. Alright. SCV in a depot, starting on through. The Overlord begins to move onto the map. And we'll have a few moments of calm once again as we build up here and figure out what exactly it is that we are going to start off doing. Marks on the gas is coming in on the side of here. Nothing really crazy about that, obviously. That's fairly normal. That's pretty typical. That's pretty normal. As Iraq's gas comes in, the SCVs comes up. A couple of SCVs jump onto the refinery as well. Getting those on the way as our overlord continues to move onwards towards the top side of the map. Overlord of Solar on the right. On a little bit of a journey. Obviously just checking and make sure there's no proxy racks or anything involved in this game. Make sure everything's looking pretty normal and regular. Solar spreading them overlords out and about for the moment. As Command Center, Orbital Command, the Reaper all coming through. Got a couple drones on the way from Solar with a hatchery and a spawning pool coming online. Overlord continues to head to the top and left, then a Reaper will start to head down to the bottom right side, so we take some different journeys here for the moment. And get underway. And that Reaper heads all the way to the bottom right into this natural. Shots off the Reaper and the Lings will fall back for a few moments. The drones are going to be chilling there. Factory is halfway done. And the Queen pops out. It's going to hit the Reaper. And as the Reaper comes back around the other side, nearly getting the drones. This initial dance, pretty reasonable for the moment. Obviously nothing too crazy. It's never meant to be. As our factory finishes, we'll start to get Hellions on the map to aid the Reaper. The Ling speed only just starting, so a very late Ling speed from Solar. He's going to have no issues for the foreseeable future. He's going to be fine. Reaper continues to patrol, and another Overlord just down on the bottom side as well. Hatchery comes in, Overlord to the far left, Starport coming up, our command center dropping down. Reaper continues to fall backward here. Just gonna see that moving over. Obviously, Hellion's going to be here once more, and again, this still is kind of the excitement for the early game. As CQ orbitaling up his third CC, so that economy is getting very well set right now. And the Reaper and the two Hellions get pushed back, so we get those chased away. The Viking and the now Liberator on the way up as well. Continue to bring that into play. You have the Hellions and the Reaper just back into the center of the map and still moving over. A couple Queens, the Overlords, the drones. Everything is a building. Look at our Lib coming through. Stimpack will start. A couple of Hellions on the way out. We have our Overlord just flying forwards here from Solus. Just going to bring that through to the front, and a couple of Marines are going to get there. And take that Overlord out as well. Hellions still moving. Obviously a good amount of them. Not very aggressive from Q. Some Terrans will make an attempt to kind of like, throw Hellions into their opponent's mineral lines and so on. Q is not doing anything kind of toward that just yet. Early on in the game, he has been very happy to just sort of sit and, kind of build up. Hellions get back to the center. More Lings on the way out. The Evolution Chamber building on the natural. A fourth base gets started as well. Engineering bays both about to finish. Just coming down the right, just gonna get past that hatch. The Ling's actually looking to come in from the other side, and we stand up against each other right here. One and Stim all coming through. The extra drones building up as well. There's a lot of drones in this base, I guess, until the 4th gets saturated. Where else are they meant to be? Dangerous if the Hellions did find an opening around the left side. I mean, Soul has pretty good vision, but I guess there's not really way in without him being able to respond. And Kua, like I say, has not really been in the business of diving through those Hellions in this series so far either, so don't really have an immediate reason why he would suddenly decide to do that, as our Lings will pick off and kill off this set of rocks as well. It's just going to take that down. Obviously, open map is generally a better scenario for the Zerg player here, and that's exactly what Solar plays towards with this set of rocks going down. Just opens up the space as our medevacs will go down the left-hand side. Marines coming over, just going to unload a few of them now. Again, we've got 1-1 upgrades. Combat shield continue to come through. Gonna take a little stim. Antry will take some damage. A few Lings continuing across. Things will continue to go down. Lings continue to make their way over. We are gonna lift and then go toward the main base. So making some plays. As that 1-1 upgrades and combat shield continue to come through. Marines gonna be relocating. The Viking firing up onto the Overseer, now onto the Overlord. Aliens are still gonna go, and Ling Bane is chased away down to the south side. Medevacs have to pull back, so they have to pull over as well. So the Viking trying to shoot. The Queens will get rid of said Viking though, so that will fall. And we still have medevacs back onto the right-hand side of the map, so away they go once more. Well, just going to be seeing our medevacs and Marines coming back over this side. Lings, Banes, everything. Obviously start to move about. Obviously there's a couple of Widow Mines though, so you got to be careful. Don't want those Widow Mines to find big damage. Hellbats defensively going to be great as well. That should dissuade Solar from committing into this. There's reinforcements in good numbers too. This Ling army is not going to find anything at all. More Banes morph on the far right as a few more Lings get taken out as well. Another creep tumor going down. And that Ling Bane army about the idea of jumping onto that group of Marines, more Lings through the center, falling back as well. I mean, this is really just a double drop. This is not a major army. This is not a whole bunch of anything. Marines fire again. The single Zergling is going to get grabbed. The Ling Bane still runs through. Widow Mine shots. Bang and bang. All those different Lings get taken out there. Tumors will be spreading. And 2-2 medevacs mines all coming up. A few tech labs still coming into play. We've got ourselves the Bioforce on the left. Extra Banes morph on the far right side. Our Bio coming bottom. Mine shots will not get to go off. Obviously, first bigger push from Kua. After the drop on the right side, this is the next little bit of attention being made here. Things actually go clear now. Ling Bane still gathering up. A hatchery in the top right-hand side sets up once more. As Ling Bane Hydra comes back over. Honestly, it seems like there's enough for Solar to kind of pin this back. Kua continues to go for a split push on both sides. So not focusing too much on one direction. Solar about to get to Solar's biggest strength, which is that Lurker Den. With the Lurker Den finishing up, we will be able to go into Ling Bane Hydra Lurker. Obviously, Lurker's just so good, especially with the Ling Bane supporting them. We do lose the base top right though, but this for Solar right now is a survival game. If he can just survive for Lurkers to be properly online, I don't think he's going to mind this at all. See, small Ling Bane Hydra into the top right, chasing. Like I said, it's still a bit of a split push. The drops on the bottom left will continue to sit here and just leaving one Marine in the mineral line to block as well. Ling Bane settles down to the bottom side. And we got another scan coming through. Widow Mine will burrow here. Banelings crash straight into it though. Take that out. Medivacs just load up once again. The Widowmine's still taking some shots. And that +2 armor upgrade is about to finish on the engineering bay. +3 attack coming up on the engineering bay as well. Marine Marauder, command centers all building. Kira and Solo both maxed out. We could be in for a long one. Kira is not one to shy away from the later stages of the game. The adrenal gland's coming through here. The burrow is on the way up. Let's get ourselves Marines still fighting in the main base. A few more Lings run forward. They get cleaned out as well. Another Hydra goes down. Actually, the Medivac will fall alongside this. As our Lings are still looking to make their way through onto these Marines, and they will get quite a few of them. The Ghosts continue to produce on in, and again another missile turret will come up as Widowmine shot, looking to go. Lingbane will still take some connections. Hydra's pushing forwards. Q's supply plummets a little bit. He actually still has a Viper as it blinding clouds up the 2 siege tanks. So the defenses on this forward base are falling, and it looks as though Q may not keep the 5th alive. So no 5th base for him. And that's a big first win for Solar, because obviously no 5th base really limits what the Terran can do and how long the Terran can sit here for. Hatch goes down. We are going to scan and get rid of a few more creep tumors. Medivacs load up and pull back once more. We still have Marines diving to the bottom side. This hatchery will be in some trouble. It will fall. The Medivacs load back up their Marines. We're actually going to end up losing everything on these two. The empty ones fall, but the 2 full ones get out over to the left-hand side. So they at least will be able to stick around a little while longer here. Very fast as 3 Banelings on the way up. Triple Overseer in production as well. Viper is consuming. As it goes to coming out, we are prepped for any sort of lurk account to really be built up here. For the moment, Solar's army is still just a couple spellcasters and Lingbane Hydra. There's kind of always that kind of guessing game of when is it good to add lurkers. If your opponent's too prepared for lurkers, then actually lurkers are not always the kind of best yeah. Well, Link's going to go hitting. Rock's taking some damage. Tank shots going through as that bio pulls back. Widowmine's shot is going to go off. A couple Lings going down. Good spread on this army of the Terran. Banes are crashing through, but I feel like they didn't hit much. It was the Marauders left in the front lines. The rest pulled back. Do not mind that trade so much for Q. 6k resources off better off in this game so far. There's 19 more Zerglings producing Hydra, +2 missile attack coming in on the Evo Chamber. Bio will press forward. This troop spread will be under attack and taking a lot of hits. Let's pick off this hatchery once again. We'll see the additional Marines coming through. The Ghosts are on the way up. Nuke is in production as our Lings, our Hydras, our Banes continue to get settled here. Marines will fight. A couple of these Banes get knocked away at. Bioforce still taking some damage, and we will see most of this Bio still taking shots here as our tanks will fire. Lings and Banes will take some more hits. And the few Marauders just pulling back as well. The Ghosts also a part of that, continue to pull away as we do see a scan coming out. The Infestor lurking forward. Fungal Growth lands and a Medivac will drop down dead. Another Fungal lands on the Bio army. Solo lost a lot this time as well, but he's got the bank to rebuild with at least, so he's got something going his way. Having that bank is obviously a pretty sizable factor, so that should help him out at least a little here. Well, Kira, I mean, as long as he has a 5th base up, though, he's going to be feeling pretty confident. Now, Solo is doing the right thing. He's taking as many bases as he can, quickly as he can. Obviously, he's got these 3 bases, which Kira does not reciprocate just yet, but that's okay for Kira. If he takes this base and holds this position and works on these bases, eventually he might take these bases himself, or eventually he can then slowly go to the left side of the map later on. So he has options in terms of what he does here. He does have choices of how this plays out, as a few more Hydras will join back together with the Lingbane. We get ourselves Bioforce pushing through into the center as well, getting onto the creep spread here. A couple creep teamers already going down as our Widowmine shot, trying to find a connection, but the single Ling splits forward. Actually, Mine does end up getting some Banelings at least. Sniping now is free damage is free damage. Any snipe is essentially a unit going down freely. No issues there. Oh my goodness, those Widow Mines are going a lot better than some of the previous ones were, so that's a nice little moment. And the Marauders chase forwards, trying to catch a Hydra or two. Obviously feeling safe if Banes roll towards them, that they're not going to be in too much of a problem. Bane Hydra still coming over here. We are going to see a couple of tanks getting picked away at Widow Mines. Continue to come through. Those Banes still building up. There's a nuke launching up into the skies. And drop down onto this base. And it's kind of crazy. We had 2 lurkers killed so far this game. There's another one up. Such a low lurker count. Usually Solar plays just to get to that stage as you're going to see the need to shut this Nidus down the main. Marauder gets there. Stim would be nice just to help, but it looks as though it should be fine anyways. We have a bunch of changes there which the Ghosts start to deal with just to try and make sure that there's not going to be as easy a set of access for another Nidus. Lings will hit this mineral line, just distracting Q a little bit, plays. Just doing little things, little distractions, but they do add up. Nice Blinding Cloud hits these siege tanks as well. As the Lingbane Hydra pulls back a little further, a hatchery sets up on the right side, and a Nidus network now setting up on the left side also. The Ghost goes pinging away at that hatch, but the Lings come in. They get a wraparound. I will finish off this Nidus network, and we do have ourselves the +3 plating on the armory too, so even getting the final touches to the upgrades going for Cure. Again, like I say, slight delta. We can definitely be in for a long one here. As our Bio unloads up to the top. In the bottom left-hand corner, we've got Bio still making a play, looking to jump onto this hatchery. So that hatchery will go down. Bio comes back over to the right-hand side. See another Widow Mine getting burrowed up. They're going to go and not really hit too much. Maybe it could have been worth retargeting there towards the other units that were running in, because there was definitely other units that ran over those mines that could have actually been, you could have retargeted those mines onto them, and then that could have caused more trouble for the Zerg player and given you a better shot as the Terran. The shots that went off there were obviously not ideal, though I don't think Hura is super upset about it. As he treads out mines, he's adding in Liberators, and obviously Liberators are going to be something that controls a lot of the map, controls a lot of the zones here, and that should be able to do a lot for him as well. As we'll drop a missile turret into the front. Advanced ballistics is still on the way, +3 vehicle plane is coming through too, so all of that continues in production for now. Just bringing up as much as we possibly can. As the Greater Spire is also coming up on the side of Solar, so we get that Greater Spire building. The drones go to the top right hand side. This hatchery gets in position there as well. And we are going to be, as we take another base on this left side, Knight's coming down. The map really is Solar's. At some point, you got to do something about that as Q. You can't just sit back and let him have every base forever, right? So that's definitely one thing to look toward as the Liberator sieges. This hatchery will be taken, and I mean, Solar has a ridiculous amount of the map, so like I say, I'm kind of surprised Q didn't do more to push in this direction earlier. I thought he would have done more from this forward base to kind of overtake the upper right at least. He did deny this base, but still long distance going on. You know, a push like this, taking a more forward stance in front of his base is what I expected earlier on. Gonna get a bit of it now, though, as the Banes roll in. I am a bit afraid that Solar's army just does not trade well at this point. Obviously, this is a very teched-up Terran army at this stage. The Lurkers are all down on the low ground right side. 5 Liberators building at a time. We have just had the Greater Spire finishing. It's going to take a bit of investment to switch into Broodlords, but that might be the next best play we make here. As the Bio continues to come over, we have our Lurkers still taking shots. A couple of them Broodlings going down once again. Creep Tumors are falling. And we'll have one more Overseer picked off. Also, a couple of Creep Tumors going down. Again, Libs, tank, a couple of Hydras, plenty of Lings. All of that continues through. Tank is shooting. As we do have the Liberator getting there, able to get a big shot off as well. More Lingbane Hydra coming back across. We've seen a couple of snipes coming down, hitting some of those Banes, hitting some of those Lings. 3 more Liberators coming out. The reactors coming through. The Bio is still chasing over to the upper right-hand side. Let's make ourselves jump onto this Nidus. The Lurkers firing away at that Bio army as well. Hatchery taking some shots top side. The Lingbane Hydra is still coming through the center. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Overseer goes down. A whole lot of stuff continues to go down. You're not going to see that look again nuked as well. Bio in the top right will aim for the hatchery. Hatchery will drop. Massive counterattack in. Solo decides to, hey, I'm going to just backstab you. Well, Solo probably is going to have this base taken by Q, but it's really nice that he's mined a lot of the minerals off of it. Some of the patches are running dry even, so that is a huge deal. That is so amazing. And as our army recollects in the center, I mean, Solo just has so many bases. He's rich, but he's also 20,000 resources lost worse off. So he really is not in a great position there. And actually diving through, 2 bases top right lost. Now another one going down. It's actually very important suddenly that Solo has the left side of the map. I do feel like Q at some stage, though, when do we take base 6? 5 bases lasts a while, but we are starting to dry up. I mean, I guess it is just this top right base. That is the plan. He sees the lurker that is camping there. Now that Knight's going down. Just gonna have our Marauders getting there. And that will free up space for the 6. But we are going to try and attack elsewhere at the same time. Solo would love to... Oh, nice parasitic bombs on the Libs and the Medivacs. He would love to just distract Q to the point where taking that 6 base is not easily kind of done. And he's got Q all, units all over the place, and Lingbane Hydra recollects back in the center. Resources lost for 27.7 to 46.7 thousand difference. Obviously, the Zerg being 20,000 worse off is a substantial amount. That's like a full base. Of course, Solo has enough bases to kind of adjust for that, but he has to start trading a bit better at some point, and to me, his army's never really changed. It's still just Lingbane Hydra, and this Q army has done nothing but progress, improve, and just reiterate on itself until it's at a better and better and better stage, which is exactly kind of where it's at now, is Lingbane Hydra back into the middle. I mean, like I say, what does Solo do? I mean, I guess you're still reliant on spellcasting, but there's only 2 Infestors, 3 Vipers. I mean, I like this position we keep on abusing, just running up here. This is the kind of cavern you've created where there's a little bit weaker. But yeah, EMP, sorry, on the Vipers. However, the fungal comes down. The Ghost cannot lift into the medevac because of the fungal growth. Somehow that was still okay for Q, I think, simply for the fact that he was able to get a lot of shots off against those units running in. 12 Corruptors in production. The switch to Broodlords is a big one, but I honestly feel like we're very well prepped for that as Q. He's going to have, again, a lot of Libs to hold the ground. The Ghost will be able to kind of hold their ground and snipe because the Libs will cover them. The snipes coming down here again. Free damage is free damage. You take those. Energy for a unit is pretty much always a good trade, so you want that every single step of the way. You do not ever hesitate for the, on that one. Tank shooting, Creep Tumor falls. We have ourselves again another Corruptor popping, and Vipers are getting their energy going. 5 Lurkers still coming up. Missile turret is coming through. Q still sits in the center. The Lings coming back around. Bane's moving over as well. Liberators are still sieging. As we get this going, a couple of Banelings will take some shots. The Lings will continue to take hits as well. All of that coming through for the moment as our extra missile turrets come in. The sensor tower is building on up. And get ourselves a Nidus into the bottom left-hand corner. So that Nidus network is being brought up as well. Liberators just firing up some shots. Just get that Spore to fire up onto the Lib as well. A couple of Marauders continue to go through. Just get rid of that Nidus network in the upper right-hand corner here. We do have Corruptors and Vipers still moving back over to the left-hand side, where another Liberator gets picked off immediately. Ghosts, Command Center, Sensor Tower, bit of everything is still on the way through. Here's our Bio, wants to try and grab this hatchery left side, but not quite able to. That 9 o'clock is one that absolutely should belong to Q, but obviously so far has not been allowed to happen like that. Bane pulls back over, and still just Corrupted Viper gathering. Little Nidus play here. A single lurker gets completely overreacted to, as we do need a scan. So many Libs, but the scan's still required. And yeah, that Nidus will go down. What's dropping it? There's an Overlord here. There's Nidusing there as well. That's what the Bio was previously dealing with. Pretty nice just to get rid of that Overlord then, so you can pay less attention to this as a game. This is the power of the Liberators, by the way. Just being able to siege up and hold some of these positions so that the Bio or whatever else on the ground can just stand there and do its duty, which is to you know, clean up a base or to fight the units or to get snipe stuff. That is what the Liberators are creating in terms of an opportunity right now. So that is a huge deal. Another Knight is top right. Again, that Overlord not going down, proving to be a little bit of a problem. Solar very mineral rich, but not very gas rich. I'm not even sure if you can afford a full switch to Broodlords just yet. So I do feel like at some stage Q has to think about probably mining off this base, although I guess now mining both these top right bases. Yes, Solar took some resources off of there, but at least Q is the one to continue to mine. He's going to give up some medevacs, free up supply, I imagine, for other units. That's this Knights again. He's got to wonder where the hell are these Knights is coming from, and surely it's time to snipe that Overlord down. I think this time he might pay attention to it. Snipes go down. Overlord falls. Finally, those Knights at least will be stopped until something new takes location. Position here for Kira is obviously just extremely well set up right now. It's extremely well established. As our CC is going to float over to the left-hand side. And once again attempt to re-expand here with the hatchery. Some spines take position. Solar puts himself in the midst of all of this. Well, obviously the question mark could be, is Kira able to kind of bring units in from all sides and take a larger fight? This doesn't even look like that scary of an army. It's basically Ling Bane Corruptor. Obviously this is very lib heavy, but I'm not sure. I mean, 16 libs is a huge establishment. I'm just not sure if the ground army from Soul is really good enough to stand its ground or to really do anything too exciting either, right? Like I say, with Kira having these two bases up, he's a little bit more chilled out in terms of taking this base on the left, but of course, eventually you do still want to take that. Nidus falls, the drone will go down, some creep tumors will be cleaned up, and we push Solar's control away from the left-hand side here on site Delta. Kira leading this opening match of today's final day of the WardiTV Korean Royale 3 with a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Corruptors get on top of this command center. You're going to start dropping some snipes. The bio will start to cut backwards, using the tank as a choke point. And that CC will fall, but that's very replaceable. Obviously, a lot of the Lings that die, very replaceable too. We're adding on more Infestors as still. Let's start investing some of that gas elsewhere. And there's the Broodlord build. 10 Broodlords come up. How should you understand the mineral and gas arrows? Whoever it's pointing towards is mining more. 1 arrow means a little bit, 2 arrows means a lot, 3 arrows means like hella lots. I think it's like 250, 500, and 750 resources more, so yeah, this is going to even on minerals. It's about 250 gas, so it should be 1 or 2 arrows. It's something like that. It might be different for gas to minerals. I don't know the exact values. As our Liberators can try to siege up once again. These few Brutals on the left-hand side are very much so on their own, supported by a handful of Corruptors and a Viper or two now showing up as well. And this is where Solar may be able to start breaking through Kira a little bit. He's actually going to take down this forward planetary, which is a nice position to just remove from the equation. Corruptors, of course, spray down this orbital as well. As Kira and everything over to the right side needs to figure out how he's going to engage. He got a lurking Infestor moving around as well, which can be problematic if we're going to pop up and hit all those ghosts. But EMP it, the Fungal did go off. The Bane Star to reach the ghost. We will have to lift up into the medevacs here on both sides of this fight. Them Liberators sieging up obviously do so much as well. Even if they're just shooting at Lings and Banes, eventually they do a lot. Well, this base will go down again. We have Solar rebuilding a lot of Lings, utilizing that mineral bank he's established here. 30 minutes ticks over here on site Delta. Liberators all get sieged. A couple of Banes continue to come through. Infestors continue to go down. I haven't seen a single Infestor drop a Fungal yet. Parasitic bombs came through, but the Liberators are very well spread out, and the Liberators are going to go chasing. Anti-air is in those Corruptors, and they need to start doing something about these Libs, which are going to commit in. We've got Marauders and Ghosts coming through. If the Ghosts get rid of the Corruptors, then the Broodlords will continue to be chased. New Corruptors in production. Lings streaming to their death into that bio cluster as the Libs just keep on targeting down the Broodlords. They seem invincible. The +3 vehicle plating putting in some serious work for those Liberators, keeping them alive for a hefty duration. We have 15 Libs still on the map. I guess they're scattered around everywhere. Oh my goodness. Imagine all of these guys were over here fighting, as that was a massive win for Kira. Resources lost ticks over to almost a 30,000 difference. Well, 26,000. It's not quite 30,000. I was getting a little ahead of myself, but it's increasing. It is growing. And Kira behind all of this apparently gets this orbital into position so you can start to mine off this 9 o'clock base, which has been, I don't want to say the missing piece of the puzzle. Definitely something as Bio will fight. The Liberators will decide what they want to do. They're going to siege up. That's their choice. If you win on the ground, you can clean out the Corruptors in the sky very easily afterward. Are we winning on the ground, though? I do not know if we are. Q has a ton of money, and he will have to get to rebuild. And here he does win on the ground, and now Solar has to consider what he does with that many Corruptors. Well, now the Liberator count is down to 4. That was some of the heavy losses from Q, who immediately moves forwards, because to be fair, what do you rebuild right now? Well, Ling Bane, going to take a little while to get those Lings built, then Bane's morph. Brutal's begin to morph as well, but that's going to take a little bit, so Q takes this as an opportunity to get rid of some of these drones, this hatchery as well. Solar has pretty much just spent the last of his gas. He has these Lings run forward. They cannot fight that on their own. They need the Banelings. He's spent pretty much the last of his gas. He's got a little bit of gas still mining. So he still has gas mining, but he's actually going to lose one of those extractors here and this hatchery, so that's a huge deal. Any gas you deny right now is a big factor. Drones are going to burrow. The scan will come down. They would have been better to jump into the Nidus and to get away, but they do that a little bit too late in the end. 13 workers killed. A lurking infestor. Not sure if Q can see that. The fungal growth here could be massive if it pops up at the right time. The Broods are pressing forward. The Liberators are going to unsiege and back away. The Corruptors might still be able to catch those on their retreat, as Kira is pretty much rebuilt here. 6 new libs coming into play. A Thor coming up as well, going to get some initial snipes off, and he does have the vision as well as the scan, so he saw that infestor that was burrowed moving forward. Tank here still as we set up the Liberators and we try and hold our ground. The Brutalings on their own are not going to do too much. And again, with those Liberators helping the Bio just fighting, we're going to have to pull back, though, away from the Banelings, trying to avoid some of that. The Liberators are left to kind of do their own thing as the Corruptors come and fight them. The Banelings are trying to stay out of reach until the Libs are gone. Then, of course, we can have the Bio army to come through. The Bio currently fighting. The Broodlords are taking damage. Solo, I think, on his last legs with this army, as the Bio is just about ready to collapse in on this. There's a handful of Banelings left in the center, but will they ever reach the Bio army? Unlikely to do so. And Ghost with Energy are able to hunt down Broodlords. The Broods at least dropping Broodlings to push this back and say, no, not just yet. Solo will stay alive, but by the skin of his teeth. And I do not think he really has an army to keep on taking fights here, as Cura is still mining, Cura is still building, re-establishing, and getting set to be fully established into a victory on Game 2 here on Site Delta in a 34-minute game. Cura just keeping his army out of reach of those Banelings. Here we go, though. Fungal lands, and the Banes are going to get to crash through. One last-ditch effort from Solo. He needs this to go extremely well. It was not good enough. Not enough Banelings. Too much Bio left over. Although, do we have an answer to Broodlords right now? Their army might actually be a little bit tougher than what Kira is accounting for. He has to pull away again. So much in production here from Kira still in comparison to his opponent. So he's just going to pull back. Solo is absolutely broke. He's basically got nothing left. The bases that he lost were the last mining locations, so he's long distance mining with 36 drones. 27 SCVs left in the game as a bunch go down here. Solo will try and establish the 9 o'clock. Kira is mining out the right side bases, so that 9 o'clock base is pretty much the last base left standing. If you lose that base to Solar, he might be able to mine up enough to actually get back into this. A couple of Liberators will all go a siege, and some abducts come through. The sieges continue. Infestors getting chased out. Some of the Libs will remain on siege. The Bio wants to run forward here, trying to play dodge jumps on the fungal growths. Do not want to let those commit, as the Broodlords will continue to move on around, and they are going to reposition themselves back into the center here. 3 more Infestors being established. Vikings and Ghosts all on the way up. Here we go. Big stim from Kira coming in from the concave. Fungal lands on the front set of units. There's a few Fungals remaining, about 3 of them. The Liberators come in. Any anti-air you can get is just necessary right now. There's not a lot of anti-air. The Corruptors are doing their job to get rid of the Liberators. The Liberators say, just give me them Broodlords. They're going to go diving for them. A Fungal to slow it down. The ground army has won out for Kira, but he needs to get rid of the Broodlords, and that's what he's starting to do as they keep on dropping, and Kira will have game number 2 in his victory. I don't even know in his what, on the scoreboard or whatever. GG's, and Kira is going to win. Pretty bonkers game. 93 to 67,000 resources lost. A pretty exciting one too. Definitely not like a sit back and nothing happen kinds of game. A much more action-packed go, go, go kind of game. 2-0 lead here for Kira as we get Amphion going. In just a couple of moments, guys, we'll run some ads and get ready for another game. Obviously, our players may need a moment as well, but we'll try and get this moving because I know there's a lot going on. Alrighty, let's do that. And how's everyone doing today? Welcome. There's 2-0 here for Kira. That's such a brutal game to lose as Solar. This is the sort of game you lose and you're like, well, That kind of puts you in like a rough feeling position, right? Like that does not feel great. As we get ready for map number 3. I'm just seeing if there's one more observer to join our lobby here, guys. Alrighty, player said go and ready, so we are set. Let's jump into Amphion. Let's see what will happen. Alright. That's a great game of StarCraft 2 TVZ at its absolute peak. Tough for solo, but all believable, right? You could see a couple of fights just go a little better for him, and it actually could have maybe happened. Because it was absolutely close until the bitter end. Let's hop on into game number 3. In the bottom left, gotta be feeling great after a win like that. Our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Kua. Top left, our red Zerg from Vitality is Solar. Well, we have to reset a little bit after that one. Obviously, that was a action-packed, non-stop game. I will be a little bit truthful and say that if Solo gets knocked out, it's not the worst thing in the world because we have a Zerg in the grand finals. A Zerg going out here would mean that we have a pure non-mirror matchup in the grand final later today. So, a little bit greedy, maybe. Yeah, obviously, I love Solo. He plays in so much. He's always playing in our tournaments. But sometimes you just gotta say it how it is. Which is, you know, quite frankly, it would be better for the tournament if there's no chance of a mirror match. Although, that would be kind of, yeah, that would be kind of, I guess tough for Soul to go through all the other matches anyways. Like, even if he comes back, beats Kua, there's still a tough road ahead. Bunny, classic creator. Not impossible, though. Not impossible. Let's see. As we have Kua up 2-0. Solo, the one that needs to make some changes here on Amphion for our game 3. Two fairly different games from Kua. One, where he was all out about that aggression, committing, pushing. Did not want to really do much else. As our Reaper comes to the upper left-hand side. Just going to go scouting about here. And then the second game, obviously, just all about kind of sitting back. He was, you know, split pushing a little bit, but he never really made an overly aggressive play. He was very happy to just let this develop in a big way. And that is exactly what he did. As the Reaper continues to fight, the Ling gets chased back. The drone will take some more shots as well. Ling's still coming over. Hatchery gets placed. Ling's still coming over. Reaper getting chased down a little. As that Ling speed comes through, Queen drones all coming up. Starboard will come in with the CC coming through as well. That's on the way as that OV just gonna chill up on the high ground for a few moments. So if we just chill on a couple Hellions and the Viking continue to come through, Link speed is on the way. And a couple of Queens on the way out, and let's have our drone moving down to the low ground. Get to that third base. Queens moving about again, Hellions and the Viking coming over, SCVs are producing. And that orbital. A couple more Hellions on the way. Get to chill a little bit. After a very fun game, number 2. Welcome again, guys, to the WardiTV Korean Royale. I'll just take a moment, just as this is pretty calm. Well, actually, never mind. We've got concussive shells on the way, so actually a pretty aggressive follow-up here. Very important you get rid of this Overlord. You do not want this Overlord to see exactly what's going on, and seeing this setup might have just told you a little bit. So, yeah, concussive shells coming up, Marauders coming through, Hellions are beginning to move out onto the map, and this is going to be an armory added for a Hellbat attack. So, we do not just have a calm little cooldown section of time here. There's going to be a little bit more aggro, in fact. And Cure is going to send it, just try and get a lead off the back of this. Now, if you do not see this coming as Solar, which I do not think he does right now, this can be very, very bad for you, because this is one of the more aggressive Hellbat attacks. This is one of those attacks where if it hits and you are not prepped, you are in a lot of trouble. We're going to go wait and pick up one more Marauder with this medevac. And then all of our Hellions can move forward, and they can go and push into position. Oh, Solar. Lair, Spores, all of these investments that are not necessary. Finally, a Baneling Nest. Now, the Queens are at the front. The Marauders are great in this scenario, though, because they're going to come through. They are going to go and hunt those Queens. They're going to slow them from retreating away. They're going to remove their kite ability. Hellions morph into the Hellbats, and here we go. As we saw moving forwards, Lings around the side. Well, we're going to move the Spore in the front, which, to be fair, does help to get rid of the Medevac, and it tanks a lot of damage. So the Spore Crawler tanking here. Medevac taking a lot of shots. The Viking landed. We pull the Hellbats back to try and deal with the Lings on the flank. The Queens are just standing and fighting. Do we have enough power here to just stand and fight as Solar? The Medevac gone, healing gone. Still a lot of Hellbats left. The Marauders still available. The Hellbat numbers keep dropping, though, and I think Solar is going to find himself a defense. Couple new Hellions showing up. They're probably just going to have to be used to create something of a retreat as Solar defends the attack. And he is going to hang on in there, so that is very nicely done here in this game number 3. Solar is going to stay alive, gets the defense. I actually think the Spore was really sick. He realizes, oh, I don't really need it over here, so let's bring it elsewhere. Did he? Yeah, he did actually keep the others up. There's a Lib in the main that just got shot down as well. No, I actually don't know what that was. But the Spore coming to the front, it tanked a lot of damage, and then, yeah, he transfused a little. You just let it, if you're hitting the Spore, then great. You're not hitting everything else. The Lings eventually took a pretty decent fight, too, where they initially ran into the Marauders, so they weren't just immediately getting hit by the Hellbats in return. Slayer is about halfway through. The stim pack is soon to finish. And 1-1 upgrades coming up on the engineering base as well. We have Hellions still out to the far right-hand side. They're going to keep maneuvering as they get up to the high ground here. And a couple of creep tumors will be picked away out, so 2 creep tumors cleaned out on the right immediately. 1-1 upgrade still on the way out. Additional Hellions building. Now Medevacs are producing, and these Hellions will take a shot to come on through and get rid of, again, a little bit more of that creep spread. So more and more of this creep continuing to go down. Hellions escape away. Mutalisks building up. The Baneling speed's halfway done. Hellions, Marines moving back into the center. I mean, this is the follow-up here from Q. Stim is ready, but man, there's 3 Banelings and there's Mutas on the way, and there's basically no anti. Like, there's a handful of Marines, but not that many. I think this is Q just going to walk into a little bit too tough of a position here. Bats on our Marines take some steps forward as Queens pull away over to the right-hand side. The Marines stem forwards. The creep tumors begin to go down. We're going to see the couple of additional drones continue to drop, so they will continue to fall. As 4, 7, 9 workers all dropping here. Damage is being done in a serious manner. The Banelings crash forwards. The Hellbat's still fighting. The rest of these Zerglings getting torn asunder by the Hellbat flames. So 9 drones go down, but at the same time Mutas show up. And the anti-air is a group of Marines that's, okay, not the worst group of Marines you've ever seen. They have to keep stimming around. They're going to be low HP, and these Mutas obviously have good mobility. There's not enough Marines to split into 2 groups, I actually don't think. We're going to try to. Maybe it's just about enough. A couple Medevacs get there. Alright, well, we'll defend, but 10 SCVs, it's more than the damage you did on the other side of the map, so not ideal for Kua, who sets down 15 workers. That part of it's not the end of the world. This little group of units is likely going to die because the Mutas will come back and clean up the Medevac. Kua does have a 1-1 upgrade lead, so he's got that in his favor. That's an advantage he is able to sit with for the moment. We just continue to fly through. The Medevac gets away to the upper right side, and now more of those Marines, Hellions, the Medevac continue to come across the map as well, so they continue to take position here. On the left, Marines are going to go over. They're going to find an Overlord. So, I mean, to be fair, Kira's playing quickly. He's all around the map. just trying to find openings, which is not always, again, the safest way to play against mutas, because obviously mutas, if you're all around the map against them, they can kind of catch those medevacs, pick them off. But by doing this and not getting punished for it, Kua is essentially establishing a kind of game where now the mutas are playing defensively, and so the mutas are not ping-ponging between his bases. They're not dealing a ton of damage or anything along those lines. As the rest of our lane bane continues to gather together. Top right hatch goes down as Kura establishes his own fourth base. The players mirroring each other's expansion patterns for the moment, which is not always the case on Amphion, so it's interesting to see here in the TVZ that both are kind of opting for the same base after same base. Let's dive in again. Reactor will take some shots, and like I say, I think Kura's doing a lot of cool moves that is definitely keeping him in a game that was not exactly the best setup for himself. Resources lost dead even, never a great thing as a Terran player. What's the income graph look like? Yeah, generally Solar favored as well. I'm surprised this drop on the top right is still about, but let's get a couple of creep tumors before pulling away. One Marine is left to die, and the medevac will try and escape. The mutas are en route to try and take that down. I don't know if there's any good way to try and save this realistically. I mean, you can load a few Marines to try and fight back on a muta, but there's no way reinforcing units are going to get there in time. Oh, we actually got the boost. The muta stopped and the medevac slips by. There is a way! When there's a will, there's a way, apparently, as SCVs instantly pre-pull to deal with the missile turret being attacked, so you can repair that, keep that alive. T2 is about to finish up. The Thor and the missile turrets are still on the way in. Our hive building in the main. Marines and mines come back over to the left, and we have the mutas coming back across. 3-3 is starting to come on through. The missile turrets finishing. Tech Lab drops onto the barracks. Stimmer it up. A couple of those lings going down already. The Bane's still moving over. Mutas are going to continue to come by. Wouldn't mind. It's going to crash in. Some more of those lings taking damage. Still got the Bioforce collecting together here as you get Burrow. +2, +2, +2 flyer attack. All of that is still establishing for the moment. Just going to go get ourselves onto this set of rocks on the left now, so just going to pick our way through those. Marines spreading about, a couple of creep teamers going down. We do have mutas diving into the main base. SCVs again to pull to a missile turret. But missile turrets are always this weird thing where, like, they will probably die against mutas still. The main goal of the missile turrets is to buy enough time that you get other units there, other defenses in place when you need to, or before the mutas can hit anything more meaningful, right? So they're kind of a time buyer, and that's what they did there. Is Bane's going to try and crash forwards once again. A couple of Marauders taking shots. The Thor's going to stand there for a few moments as well. The Mutalisks pull back in from the left-hand side. Bio will stand fighting here. Kua looking to take an attempted 3-0 victory if he can keep pushing. It's been an impressive game because it was not a pretty start. I think he did a lot of things right to kind of give himself a chance again in this one. And yeah, now pushing onto this base. The Mutas are still counterattacking on the other side. We'll check those in a second because the Ling Bane rolls forwards now. Widow Mines have got a role to play here, of course. They need to clean up some of these lings. The Thor, I love that because obviously it really helps just push the mutas back in the army. I know the mutas are not here right now, but definitely a factor as well as our lings still running through. The Bane's trying to crash on in. The Marauders, the Marines pushing back again. Again, Adrenal Glands is about to finish up. Our +3 melee is on the way with Chitin's Plane. If we can get to Ultras, well, we do have a good Marauder count, but it does make that Zerg army that little bit better, a little bit more sustainable, a little bit more able to stand in the fights. As we have this position is nice because I guess if you don't want to fight, you just pull back through the choke and just let everything come together when the Widow Mines will start to do that damage. Thor looks as though it will probably go down now. A couple more Widow Mines are still trying to line up. Another Widow Mine burrows further forwards. Kua is not being pushed back from here at all. The mutas are still diving about in the bottom right-hand side. Kindness Play not done yet, so those Ultras are not as powerful as they may yet become. Medevac's being dropped down too. A lot of those Medevacs are pretty much no energy, so there's not a lot of healing remaining. There's not that many Marauders left either to deal with the Ultralisks. Pull back over. Queen's getting chased. The Ling Bane still coming through. Bio still pulling back. Another Baneling connects in. Widow Mine's getting knocked down. Again, just a couple of Ultras remaining. They do now have Chitinous at least. +3 carapace only just starts. That's one part of the one missing part of the puzzle. Bane's continue to roll through. Bio will turn back around. Marines are still fighting. Mutas are getting whacked. And lots of Ultras still building. I think this is where Solar has been able to kind of succeed in the defense That said, I mean, Q's on 5 bases, and yeah, okay, right now his supply isn't great, but given a bit of time, I could absolutely believe in his supply kind of, getting back to max. And, 5 bases is 5 bases. He scans here, he sees, okay, this base is only just coming up, so it's 6 against 5 right now. It's not terrible. He's going to send a few Marauders diving towards that location, although there's rocks to block, so you can't actually get there, but you will clearly have some creep in that direction, which could maybe give him a chance to kind of drop in that area without being seen. He gets dove on here, though, and there's no medivacs for healing, so his army's pretty weak. The Liberators weren't siege properly. The Widow Mines had to siege out of nowhere, and it looks as though this base will go down. So very quickly, Q is positioned and set up on the map. Starts to look a whole lot worse as the Planetary Fortress will fall. These ultras are still moved through. The mutas keep coming in. GG says Q, and Solo will fight back in this series. Finally gets a defense. Felt like it was maybe going to be a lot simpler than that based on how it all started. It took a little while longer than the end, but we did indeed get there. Jeez. Couple shoutouts, by the way. Gnoy000 on the 29-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. And Inspy1 coming in for the 13-month resub. Thank you for your support today. Thank you for supporting as we head to Oceanborn for map number 4. Get this started in just a sec as we continue our way through our first match of the day. Turned into a little bit of a long one right now. Let's see how it continues to go. It's okay. We have a long day of games. We'll just have to cast loads of StarCraft 2. What a shame that would be, right? Okay, Solo and Kira are here. Let's have ourselves Go and Ready being called. Double check. Just type in Korean. Alright, we're having a little bit of a chat as we head on into Oceanborn for round number 4 of this series. So map 4 coming up. We get this ready to go. We continue the games here on the WardiTV Korean Royale. Final day of action, guys, here in the Korean Royale Season 3. It's been passing on by the last month or two. I do want to just take a quick moment to do, as we get into this game, a little teeny bit of a sellout. Because, well, we don't do many of them, but we'll do a quick one here just as this game gets going. So in the top left corner, our blue Terran is Q, in the bottom right-hand side, our red Zerg is Solar. What I want to say, of course, is just very simply is that the WardiTV Korean Royale is a big thanks to you guys. Obviously, this was an event that was crowdfunded last year. We crowdfunded Season 2 of the event. We had some money left over, so we decided to double up the leftover money out of the WardiTV funds to make Season 3 still somewhat competitive with a $7,000 prize pool. So thank you everyone who supported that. You guys helped make this awesome. WardiTV events are going to be continuing, guys. But of course, as always, we cannot continue them without your support. So if you do enjoy tournaments like this one, other events that we run, the best thing you can do is to support the channel. Whether that be just by continuing to sit there and watch the ads during the ad time, whether it's to drop a subscription or membership or bits or whatever. Anything you guys can do can support. Obviously, check your Prime subs if you've got a Prime sub available. That helps out a whole bunch too. We turn all of that into more StarCraft 2 tournaments, which means that you guys can watch more StarCraft as well. And we just keep that cycle going. So if you do enjoy, do consider supporting. It goes a long way. Again, these tournaments really do not happen without you guys. So do subscribe and so on if you can. That's pretty much all I've got to say. Thank you so much in advance for doing so. Appreciate you guys. And let's see what happens here in map 4 of this best of 5 series. Kira leading 2-1 in the best of. And still just one map away from taking on Bunny in the next round of competition. Two Reapers continue up. We get that on the go. We'll see forward barracks. Going to be a fun, different way of getting set up. It's kind of interesting that this has become a style, almost a game. I feel as though it was kind of surprising to me because I feel like this really fell out of fashion, and now it feels like it's almost back in fashion. Obviously, it did have a good showing, a lot of results off of this build order at Dallas, which obviously, typically does kind of encourage other people to kind of go use it again, but just kind of intriguing to see the ups and the downs of this kind of build. Because, like I say, for me, the Reaper build had really kind of taken a step back, but really kind of stopped going for it for a while. As the second Reaper shows up, and Cure is going to be going into 4 Reapers in total. This seems to be the new standard for this build order. There's definitely a while where 3 Reapers were just kind of the go-to, but 4 seems to be the magic number. In fact, now we're going to build 5. So we're going to see a bit more of an aggressive one from Cure here. Taking triple CC behind it, really wants to put emphasis on these Reapers, buying some time. In fact, we're going to go to 6, man. He's not going to stop building Reapers. Okay, well, that's a very big commitment. I wonder if this can always be in response to what he's seen as well. And right now, what you see is, okay, I got a lot of damage on Queens. Maybe you can just justify the additional Reapers because you believe there is more to be done here. As we have our Reapers getting pushed back once more. Engineering bays are building about halfway done at the moment. And this hatchery will take a few more shots. Still working our way through that as our Reaper's going to turn around again. Queens at the front will take some shots. Our creep teamer will go down. Our Queens will still try and stand and fight. As Reapers get back to work. 1-1 upgrade starts. A big bioplay behind this. Like I say, with this amount of Reapers, 6 of them is a bit more aggressive than usual. Putting some good damage on this hatchery. Queens transfusing each other, but at some point you actually got to transfuse the hatchery as well. And as the Reaper that gets hurt is just a single one. Link speed is a long way off. We delayed that a long time here from Solar. Feeling as though he would be able to defend without it, but yeah, now you're probably kind of regretting the fact that that link speed's so far away when you see 6 Reapers. That said, the hatchery is still alive. The Queens are still alive. Nothing really has been lost just yet. As these Reapers will try and find more of an opening. We'll see more transfusions available soon on these Queens, so this should never really result in too much going down. Got 1 transfusion off there. And again, I think the big part of this from here is just distracting, kind of eating up these Queens' time. All these transfusions, right? All of these transfusions are basically, not creep tumors, I guess is what I want to say. I don't know why it took me a moment to finish saying it out loud. But yeah, all the creep spread is, well, non-existent because of the fact that Queen Energy has been going elsewhere. And that means that when this stim push comes, maybe there's some potential to actually just break through his Q. We will see. Right now, Solar droning nicely, 52 to the 40 workers, so looking good in that regard. We have a single link heading to the upper right side. Starport, Armory coming through the reactor building, barracks on the way, still got 1-1 in stim. Continuing on up as well. Single link takes some damage. A couple of Marines are going to shoot back. We do have Reapers and Marines on the bottom. Stim will be done here. Don't really have many units, right? And this is also going to be 1-1. These Marines are pretty good, man. Fourth phase is going to take some damage. We're going to fire up onto it. It gets cancelled. The Marine Queen's on the way over. Well, I think it's the Lings that actually need to be careful. The Queens might be able to take something of a fight. Obviously, off creep, they can't transfuse, but they are close enough to get back on it. 1 stim spend from Cure. That probably just means it's time to back away because you can't really sustain stimming multiple times off creep. Armory done, so 2-2 can start when Cure has the money for it. And we'll look to maintain a pretty significant upgrade advantage. But also quite a way off from the, the lair finishing and Bane speed starting, so there's potentially a good time here with Medevac combat shield against, no Bane speed. Those things at least getting through for a bit of damage. Man, the supplies are still very good for Solo, though. He's 10 workers up, he's 20 army supply ahead. It's just the army supply is mostly in Lings that, again, don't have those upgrades, so it's the tech that's really powerful for Cure. It's just that tech still needs to take some time to kick into play. Two Medevacs load up and begin to boost off on down to the bottom left side of the map. Away they go. He's going to run forward. Reapers and Marines are going to be there. So those Lings will not do too much. Marines boosting over. Lings are going to be there. Lings get turned around. Medevac wants to boost into this main base, but not going to be able to do too much. Spawn the Queen going to be in position. We get the Medevac back through the bottom. Going to unload and jump onto, again, a few more Lings. A couple of drones. just work through that. The Ling's still running forward. The Medivac's a little back away. Medivac's go boosting through the center. The Ling Bane gets back into the middle as well. And Marine's going to be able to do well there, picking up some of that troop spread. We see the rest of the Lings coming over. Marines continue to pull back. Bane's going to roll through as well. 2-2 upgrades coming in. Again, Hellions, Marauders, Marines, Medivacs all building as that creep continues to spread. So we can get that on the go also. Just see more of these Marines getting unloaded out down into the center. We have more Bio continuing to push across. Medivac's come down to the south. Marines are going to stem forward. A couple of creep teamers going down here. Ling Bane is going to head in. This is a big push from Q. This is the 2-2 time, and again, main sure to make keeping an advantage on those upgrades. Bat's going to try and take the lead in. Bio's going to stem up. We are going to be seeing. So far, the Bane's not feeling like they want to commit. There, they're going to go. They're going to get that top right portion of the army pretty easily. Some Balins left over is always a good sign for the Zerg, but now getting chased away. Got to make sure you've got enough Banes to recommit in again. Marauders getting left in the front. Good pullback from Q, pulling the Marines away, letting the Marauders put in the work right now. The Marauders are tanking so many of the shots. They are absolute heroes at the front of this army. Zola is edging towards 2-2. We are a few seconds away from it, but there's barely any Banes left. 1 or 2 connect on Marines finally. Is that enough as 2-2 finishes? There's no Banelings remaining. It's only Zerglings. Oh, there's one Baneling that can get target fired down, though, and I think Q might have just broken through with this attack. Attacks in to this base. He's going to get it, and that might actually just be game. Medivacs are out of energy, by the way. It was extremely close, but those Marauders were such champions. As the Marauders see Q to a 3-1 victory, and that will be Q taking the first win of the day here in the WardiTV Korean Royale final day of action. GG's. Alrighty, my friends. Well, we are going to get ourselves ready to go with some more SC2. Up next, we are going to have ourselves Bunny taking on Cure as we continue to have a little bit more of games coming in. So we'll be getting that on the go in just a few. We'll get ourselves that Cure versus Bunny series started up. Some Terran versus Terran then is up next. So yeah, we'll get that started, we'll get that going, and we will continue through with more games. Thank you so much for joining us here today again. Hit that follow button, etc. to see when we're live in the future and to keep on watching WardiTV tournaments. And I'll be back with you guys in a couple of moments with, again, Bunny versus Cure in just a second. We'll see you guys after this break. Welcome back, everybody, as we have StarCraft 2 continuing here. WardiTV Korean Royale Playoffs. Kua versus Bunny. Winner plays Classic. Winner plays Creator. Winner plays Dark in the Grand Finals. Is going to be what happens as we get this set and ready to go. Let's see who can win out in this TVT. Bunny was a last-minute qualifier to this event, had a great group stage. I think Kua actually both went 4 and 3 in the groups. I mean, Bunny took out Bjorn, took a map of Hero, took out Jim, took out Solar, took out DRG, and then took a map off of Creator and Reynold. He actually had a great map score for being 4 and 3. He was +3, so really a successful season from him. As we head on into the top left-hand side of the map to get us started on this one. This is going to be our blue Terran player. This is Kua. Taking on the red Terran. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have Bunny. Game one of this best of 5. And we wait to see what is planned for us in amongst the TVT matchup. Obviously, definitely a bit of a different vibe from TVZ as we get this one underway. And we always see double gas from Bunny, so some decisions being made from the get-go. Barracks comes in, and we'll have our second gas, I imagine. Coming down at some point from Kua once he expands, but it is going to be a fast expand, although had a bit of money there, was waiting for the Orbital and initial Reaper, then he will expand low ground. Kind of as greedy as you can be as Kua. This is no scout, this is no information across the map. If he was getting proxy 2 racks Reaper right now, he would be dead, but for the moment he's getting away with it. There's that factory. Drops in from Bunny, so he will be the more aggressive player this game. With Kua being this greedy, this almost has to be a bunker at the front. I don't think there's a world you can get away with skipping the bunker here. It just seems unrealistic given the greed that he's playing with. Like, that would just be asking for disaster. But maybe his build is just so greedy he will skip a bunker as well. And yeah, I mean, if you saw the bunker in the next 15 seconds, I'm still fine with it. It'll be there before any sort of Reaper Hellion pressure shows up. I mean, maybe got a bit more than 15 seconds even, but that's generally the reason why you might want to bunker, because you can get outnumbered here. Your factories later, your single barracks, just creating a marine or two. There's not exactly a huge amount of defense against the Reaper Hellion setup. He was actually just keeping his units on the high ground and letting the Reaper go across the map. Clearly doesn't feel afraid, so I think he's kind of gambling on how Bunny's going to play, and right now the gamble is absolutely paying off for him. Working wonders for the moment as our Cyclones will start on both sides. And both players get to that next step of the tech here. Reaper shows up. We're actually going to get rid of one SCV very quickly, so that goes down without much issue. You see the attempt to run in here with the Reaper Hellion. And this is why I thought there might be some issues, but the Cyclone pops out, so the defense is there in time, and both players are going to be taking a little bit of a loss on either side of the map. Both players losing a couple workers. Delay on the CC of Bunny gives Kua a chance to, well, just maintain the advantage there for that little bit longer as well. That's exactly what he'll do. As our Reapers continue to pull back down to the bottom right. Pulling back on and away. On 2 Reapers and the Hellion gather back up. The Cyclone moves forward again, so we make our way out over here. We'll have our units all gathering up, and obviously a moment here from Bunny to potentially go attacking into that natural expansion, so opportunity in a few moments. Big attack from Bunny as he has 2 Cyclones in the back. Plenty of Marines. His medevac takes damage, which means he's not getting heals right now as he pulls it away. With a few SCVs showing up from Cure, Bunny is not going to be able to pincer in there, so Bunny has to fall back. Kills a couple SCVs, still down by 1 or 2 every now and again. And this is going to get to continue to the next stage of TVT. It looks fairly even across the board at the moment, so it doesn't seem as though we're going to have anybody falling into too much trouble or anything of the sort. You know, Cyclones pull back. Scan away for the moment. Back to that natural. Away they go. So Bunny sets up back at home. Actually going to be a medevac on the map from Cure, so he's going to bring this over in hopes of finding some success. Medevac keeps moving through. Actually loading up units over here, but we have a Cyclone to try and zone out in this base. That will be interesting to see if it can work or not. Cyclone locks on the Cyclone. A few Marines come. Oh, Cyclone locks on the medevac. The Cyclone from Cure locks on. Oh, nice Matrix though. As long as we have the units to fight this, we're actually going to lose the Raven though, perhaps. Nope, we'll kill it. Okay, we're good. Nicely saved then by Bunny. Good Matrix, because that means he actually gets to kill off a bunch of those units instead of just watching them drop down dead. So that obviously works wonders. And that is going to be a defense made as that command center lifts off. And he prepared to go elsewhere here to the 3rd base. Obviously, Q is moving his own 3rd into position. It's already an orbital as well, so definitely has an advantage there. This orbital floats on through. So yeah, orbital floating into position, I think blocked by the tank, maybe? Yep. Blocked his own base. A little bit of a mistake, not the end of the world. Quickly fixed. Both players get into 3 bases. I think Q still just has a little bit of an edge. A couple of things for him in this game are just slightly faster to set up and so on because of the way that the build orders played out. And because of that, I think he's going to be feeling pretty darn decent moving forwards. Definitely seems like a good setup so far from Q, but the game is close enough that for a matchup like TVT, it's hard to really say that one player or the other is going to be able to kind of truly be in the advantage, right? So I think fair to say right now that this is just a very close game. We'll continue to wait and see how that all pans out shortly as this medevac boosts downwards. A couple medevacs, a couple Cyclones, never really able to find anything on the other side. So nothing really coming through there as again, our Cyclones will begin to push back into the middle again, so they're going to get going forwards. Away they go. Cyclones continue through. Yeah, lock onto a medevac, which is nice. I mean, nice to just have some presence on the map, right? Poking around, seeing if there's anything going on. Little things like this. Very easily done and very low risk, because if you lose the Cyclones, you're not that upset typically here as Bunny. The Cyclones are something which are meant to be used early in the game, so the fact that you're using them early in the game just means that you're doing the right thing with them. And gather in the center. Medevac Marines come over once again. Kira definitely the one trying to take positions, trying to be aggressive. It's only with a couple medevacs a unit, so it's not like a huge commitment or anything. And as he realizes that he is not going to find too much opportunity, he is very quick to just accept that and to back away from it all. So never finding himself too overly committed. As our 1-1 upgrades and our combat shield continue through, and this army of Bunny, Marine, Tank, Raven, medevac, all pressing forward. We come up this left-hand side, we chase the medevacs away, and the Ravens are still coming through as well. Bunny's army still in at the middle of the map. He's continuing to come forwards here, so pressing through. 2-2 upgrades coming up on either side. Tanks will siege. Ravens will fire. Oh, that's a lot of matrices going off, and Bunny, awkward little situation because he kind of wants to hold his siege tank line here. If he loses his siege tank line, he's going to be in trouble. Kyo takes a way better fight. Massive cleanup. Well, that's huge for Kyo. Bunny loses a lot because he thought he was getting in a good spot, but he just couldn't quite hold the tanks during the Matrix, and that was an issue. If he gets those tanks out of Matrix alive, then he's actually still in a pretty good position, but yeah, just getting overwhelmed, and Q very well utilizing very well his spell casting abilities in this TVT. And Q now about 20 supply. Still Bunny the one trying to press forward a little bit here. He is pushing into the center, but tanks are sieging, and I think Q is once again just going to overwhelm. Bunny is once more the player bleeding out siege tanks. You can't keep doing this. The more you do that, the worse off you're going to end up. And there's our +1 vehicle weapons comes through. The Vikings are coming through both sides. 10 SCVs going down across the map as the Marines get active. Well, here at least lost some SCVs. Bunny's actually still somewhat okay supply-wise all of a sudden. He's going to dive in here. He needs to break this. Too many tank siege. If he could get on top of those tanks and break some of them down, then great, but I think he's just not quite got enough to do that with enough speed and efficiency to make it worthwhile. You take so much damage in doing so. Now Kira's reinforcing. Suddenly the supplies slip back heavily in favor of Kira. Last moment or two looking good for him as he pushes into position again with all of those tanks advantage. I mean, Bunny realizes that he's just going to back away with the orbital command. He realizes that this is not a savable situation. So he just disengages instead of anything else, and Kira he's just going to keep on pressing down on this front door. He will not let his opponent just slide out of here freely. He is going to take anything and everything down that he can with him. GG's. Bunny does not have anything to stay in the game with, and a good game is probably the absolutely correct call here, as we are going to have ourselves Q taking a 1-0 lead. It's been a dominating day from him so far, and looking to start this match off just as he started the last, taking a lead early. Again, well established. Going from there as we go into Site Delta for map number 2. Wait for everyone to join us here. It'll be off and away. Alright, GG's and Go-Go's are called, so I believe we can just get straight into it. Kick off into game number 2, guys. Q versus Bunny, Terran versus Terran continues. Let's go for Site Delta and see if Bunny can fight back and make this a series from the start, or if Kira is going to start, like I say, just kind of running away with the position and the situation of this. Kind of like he did against Solo. Solo fought back, but wasn't able to withstand in the end. Site Delta, our map. Let's load on in. Going to start off in the top left-hand side with the Blue Terran, who does have the lead in the series then from Team Liquid. Q. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. This is going to be Bunny. Game 2 of this best of 5. So, Bunny in the bottom right. Looking for a comeback in this series. Looking for a way back into this. I feel like, yeah, okay, early game kind of even went Q's way last time as well, but I feel like Bunny was in a playable position. He just had that fight where he was diving into the tanks, and his own tanks got matrixed. It was just not quite the one, so avoid a situation like that, and we're still in a very playable series here. This is not an unwinnable scenario, I don't think, at all for Bunny, so keeping that in mind. Cracks coming up. SCV is on the way. And here with a 1-0 lead. In the best of 5. This is round of 8 essentially. Top 8 of the competition right here. Every match you win gets you through an extra round into the next round of these playoffs. We finish the WardiTV Korean Royale today, guys. Today we have everything. So the winner of this plays Classic. The winner of that plays Creator, who topped his group. The winner of that plays Dark in the grand final. Dark, who came through from yesterday's playoff gauntlet on the top side of the bracket. He will sit in the grand final waiting for his opponent. Exciting stuff, exciting times. Paper will just sit up on this high ground then, as well, the game is not going to see too much going on. It's pretty relaxed and chilled out here for the moment. Nothing, like I say, really happening just yet. He gets turned around, so we'll not be able to do too much over there. He gets punched back. And nothing really gained on that one. Aliens come through, the starport is building. Orbital command coming in, as we are going to see a Reaper hopping it. He's going to see the Hellion. The Covenant Marine is going to come through there. The Reapers will take some shots, and they will be turned around. So, defense from Q once again is already very good. Getting rid of a Reaper just slows down a lot of what Bunny might have liked to, try and get done here. That's already a big plus. Again, the Interference Matrix with the Raven on the way through as well. We are getting the Orbital also brought in from Bunny. The Refinery coming through. Next couple of SCVs is going to get mining away. Orbital will drop down a Mule. Again, Interference Matrix coming up. The Raven is about to finish. Next Marines coming in. And it is another Raven on the way from Bunny as well. Viking and more Marines building from Kua. And Kira has a bit of a push heading down to that bottom right, heading into the natural, as that is a lag spike. Oh, they're out of here. Alright then, Marines unload. We get ready to push straight into this natural expansion, so in we go. There's our Raven still chilling. SCVs, they're in some trouble. What do we have here? Auto turret going down. There's a siege tank on the way from Bunny. He'll have another Raven to auto turret one more time during this attempted time bind stage. He's going to auto turret very far forward again, push this back, and that should give him a chance to get a tank out, sieged up. That is a defense made, albeit 10 army supply down. Now, this tank sieging, Q didn't know about. We target fire the Cyclone, takes that out. That's really nice. Head back into the main. We'll start unloading the corner. The other Marines move forward. Tank still firing back. Marines in the medevac moving around. Starport going to move over to drop down onto the reactor. And Q is still just staying aggressive, but not kind of overly so. However, 2 Liberators building is definitely a sign that we want to push into a position and hold that position. He already has a Viking here to try and zone the Raven, and yeah, Q are committing quite hard to getting something done, building the 3rd CC on location behind this. So is continue to set up from there. The Libs come out, the Vikings still building, Starport is about to finish from Kua. The first tank is actually going to get some shots on it. I think it was something else that was in range that splashed onto the tank. Okay, so the tanks will not shoot each other just yet. Whoa, we have the Ravens flanking though from Bunny from the top side. Huge play, and he's going to auto turret to help speed up the breakout, and Bunny is going to break out of his natural. Has the 3rd base finished in his base to relocate down. He's actually down 6 workers, and obviously Q built his base on location, so that's already set up properly. So Q is still looking okay. Yeah, now the Liberator is sieging up, and these tanks need to get away. We're going to lose one and take a shot on another. And Q apparently is still controlling down on the other side of the map for the moment. Tanks shooting, Marines taking damage. Vikings overhead, Ravens are chilling, a couple tanks will press forward. Tanks gonna get siege, the Vikings, the Ravens are gonna come through, matrices go down. Liberator Viking gonna fight back. There's not a lot of air here from Bunny. What he has got is trying to put in work. He needs to get rid of these tanks though. They're not gonna be gotten rid of before we push forward. Liberator sieges again, a couple tanks still pulling further back. Our Marine forces the orbital to lift up. Vikings gonna go after this orbital here. And are going to be able to take that down. So it will fall, burn to the ground. When the scan comes out, still got our units just pressing through. We're up about 20 to 30 supply at any point in time here. Continues to look great at this stage. The Vikings in good numbers. You actually see this Marine spotting the Vikings moving up there. Zakira might just go split a few Vikings off and go win that fight as well. Clean out his opponent. And 1-1 in the combat shield still coming up. We are going to be seeing Bunny going to go with combat shield finished on himself and 1-1 upgrades now to try and help him break through. Even if he breaks out of here, he's not had third base for so long. Winning this one fight doesn't really undo a lot of the issues that he's going to have had for the rest of the game. Tank takes down Tank. And Kira is still holding with a couple of tanks here. This is not what... If Bunny was going to break out, he needed to break out with everything all at once. Bunny's just going to say GG. There's not really much else to be saying on that one. That is going to be our Q victory. Just kind of established early. He took control. Never really let up control at that stage. And it was just all out victory from there from Kira. He takes a 2-0 lead very simply. And Kira is on an absolute streak right now. Looking to face a Protoss player or two in the future. If you can take one more map off of Bunny. Put our lobby link in, move some players around. We can get this set to go ASAP, guys. Obviously, lots of StarCraft to get through today, so we don't want to slow it down too much or anything. I keep the games going as fast as we possibly can. Jeez, goes. Perfect, let's jump into Alcyone then to continue this TVT. Alright, heading into Alcyone, guys. Get this ready to roll. Let's see if we do get ourselves back into this series as the bottom left-hand player who is down 0-2, Bunny. Top right, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid did Cure. Oh, excuse me. You're only on the intros, unprofessional. Well, Kyo just absolutely beasting it so far. Looking absolutely great. Hard to really step in his way right now. Let's have a Grave Dactyl. How you doing? Thank you so much for dropping by today. Hope you're doing great. Rack's gonna finish you up when you have racks on both sides. Getting those set, the SCVs on the way for the moment. And Reaper coming up from both players. The factory is going to start coming through. The depot's built in as well. As that order command will finish in just a moment here. So we got the orbital on both sides of the map. The factory is going to be finished and Reaper is on the way. Pretty peaceful as we have both players kind of mirroring each other in terms of timings at the start of this game. Both players getting that factory online and going from there as our Cyclone will be coming through with that of Bunny and journeying over. Bunny's Rip again turned around his field. Even this early game has kind of continuously gone against Bunny. Kind of wild. This is another one of those situations where early in this game, not going great. Starboard of Kira is a little bit faster as well, so slight advantage there. Maybe something you can use to be aggressive a little earlier. Kind of excited if Kira wins because Kira's had such an up and down TVP lately. His next opponent would be Classic. Don't forget, Kira Classic played a banger of a series in the game is 8 last year, quarterfinals. Let's see how Hallian's just going to fall back then. Tank and a couple Marines are on the way up. Let's just say Medevac gonna come boosting across. Interference Matrix will be on the way from both, but is Q to get in, trying to find damage. I mean, his initial Marine takes the brunt of the damage off the Cyclone. And we are going to break through. Medevac is low though, so that's a danger you've got to be aware of as the Cyclone will be lifted here from Bunny. It's going to be very low. He's going to chase after the Medevac. There's no threat there as the Cyclone runs around the main base a little longer. That will be the end of that. So that is going to be defense. Cyclone, Medevac, Tang, Marines, Raven. All joining together as Interference Matrix is still coming through. The Ravens are on the way. And get those matrices finished up. CC still on the way through. The SCVs are building. Starport's coming by. Barracks lifts off the reactor and the Raven pops out the starport. And continue to move on through the moment. Well, Bunny's going to go on the offensive. Again, so far in this series when Bunny's been attacking, it's not really ended well, but you can't just never attack. I mean, you got to keep your confidence despite that. Alien setting up, the Raven, Cyclone, another Raven coming over, the additional Marines coming through. Thanks, Siege. SCVs will get blasted. Nice position from Bunny then. We do have Ravens that will try and contest that, so a way out if you need it. The Ravens keep patrolling around. 1-1 upgrades on the Stimpak continue to come through. We got a tank on both sides of the map still in production as well, as we do see Q able to break out and break towards his base. Down a lot of army supplies, so it's scary for Q. And right now he will not be able to land that third base either. Q realizing this is going to pull back the other tank as well. The Vikings still just chipping away at the orbital command, still just picking our way through this. While Cyclones lock on, the Vikings take some damage. Levac actually loads up, is going to move in toward the main base. The rest of this army still sitting here out the front, and we have ourselves a little bit of a stare down, and it's going to be Cure. He's going to try and jump on this then. He comes in from two angles. He gets good matrixes on all of the tanks of his opponent, but none of his own tanks are siege. Does that even matter? It's taken a long time for him to get through onto the tanks of his opponents. So I think he is going to regret not getting his tank siege during this. Man, it just took him so long to reach his opponent's units. If he'd gotten any sooner with the Marines on top of the tanks, then I think this would have been great. It's probably the best fight Kira was going to find, as Bunny is looking to make a series out of this TVT, is not looking to let this one just fall to the wayside, as the first two games have done so far. He will fight back. Again, 1-1 finishing soon. Combat Shield is coming up. Finishing very shortly. Medevac loads up. We will see the Vikings going to get rid of a medevac there. A few Marines still going after the Vikings. One coming by. Liberated tank on the way up. Marine's going to fight. Hold the command, taking damage. The tank sieging out the frontier. Bunny's still on the offensive. Akua doing damage on the other side. Going to kill off that third base. Means that really right now all he has to do is keep on defending. And maybe this actually is still going to be okay for him. Really felt like Bunny was bringing this game back. But Kia's supply is looking good. Army supply and now no third base allowed. Obviously Hura has a third base, although it might be something that gets picked away at. Air control in Bunny's favor. One thing that could still do see him through in this game. Although, look at this, by the way. 1-1 and combat shields done. The Marines of Cure are so much better. I was going to say, I think it actually might just be time to send it, because those Marines are going to be so good compared to his opponents. Go now with the upgrade lead, and Bunny just going to say GG. Cure loses a lot of SCVs, but Bunny knows his army is just being wrecked. Without an army, he is not going to be able to stay in this if Cure goes across the map. GG's, and Cure takes 3-0. Clinical Terran versus Terran from him to advance him through to play Classic in the next round of competition today. Alright guys, so we will get this next match coming up very soon. Just gonna see if we can find Classic. Currently not online, so we'll give him a couple moments to log in. Perfect. Alright guys, GG's, and Kira advances through, going through the gauntlet so far. Going through the gauntlet. Let's run a round of ads and wait for Classic to arrive. Perfecto. So Classic against Kua. And then the winner plays Creator, the winner plays Dark. 3 matches left in this season of the WardiTV Korean Royale. Hello, Ellie. Ellie's heard me having a snack, and she's like, I'm here. hello. Alright, Classic just logged in. Cool, Classic. And it's gonna start our video process here. Got that underway. I don't have anything for you, baby. It's chocolate. You can't have chocolate. Okay. Okay. She doesn't know. Alright, video starting. Ghost River, the first video from Classic. Really so freaking cute. Like, okay, if I'm up here, I'm just gonna go chill on Dad's couch. But I'm just gonna sit over here. Watch some TV. Wait, why is the TV not on? Ah. I think she thinks if she sulks in the same room as me, I'll eventually just be like, oh, Ellie, you know what? Suddenly you can have this treat that you couldn't have before. I think she's real smart. She is in some ways. If you're just coming through for this Terran vs Protoss, guys, 2 hours into today's final day of the Korean Royale. Oceanborn gonna be our first map. Ghost River, Golden Aura, Amphion, and Dynasty taken out of the series already. You get to see Post Youth for map 2, so that's very fun. Alrighty, 5 casters, 2 players, match history off. Go goes to the players. Let's get into this TVP, guys. QFS Classic coming up in our next round. More StarCraft 2. Again, thank you so much for joining us today. Well, these Korean Royale games been a lot of fun so far. To get into the next one. Let's get this going. Here on Oceanborn. In the top left side of the map, it is going to be our blue Terran player on a streak so far, 1-2 in a row today. This is Cure. Taking on in the bottom right, our red Protoss player. From Twisted Minds, it is Classic. I was always thinking back of Classic in Season 1 of the Korean Royale. He had a sick run. He went 3-1 over Creator, 3-1 Scarlet, 3-2 Bjorn, and he was up 2-1 over Maru. Played some sick games. In the end, it went Maru's way. And he got eliminated top 4. And that was the end of Classic's road. And this is actually a rematch from last season. Last season, this was the top 8 match. Kira 3-0'd Classic. And then Kira went on to beat Bjorn and then lost to Dog in the semi-finals. So let's see what we get this time. Classic and Kira getting down to business. Kira's been a beast so far today, though. He's been very, very good up until now. In TVZ and TVT. Playing some very solid games. Pro pulls back away from the upper left. Obviously just a little bit of a scout to start us off. Reaper on the way from Kira. Classic building into the Nexus. And everything else that you kind of just expect for the moment. Nothing too crazy. Just for now. Reaper's gonna go pew pew pewing. Some damage dealt. Reaper pulling back over through the natural. It's gonna be having our Twilight Counselors on the way. Adept is gonna shade out from the main base, and Reaper is actually gonna see that Adept shade. It's gonna pull back itself right here and try and keep itself out of trouble. I was going to say a Hellion fighting, the Reaper is going to continue to fight, the Adept taking some damage. It's going to be a cleanup, so Kira gets rid of that first Adept. It'll cost you a Reaper so far. It's not so bad, a Reaper is very affordable. And back at home, Classic making the Blink, making the Robo. It's just heading into a fairly standard Blink setup for the moment. It's getting that underway. The Warp Gate's still finished, and the Robo facility continues on out. Another gateway coming in, pylon building. Getting a lot of this up and running. Medevac loads. 3 Widow Mines are going to go boosting across over to the far right-hand side, so just going to try and take position over there. As the Medevac drop comes in from Q. Let's see how Classic's defense looks. The pylon coming down as we speak. The Raven is on the way from Kira as well. And get this drop into the natural ready. A couple Stalkers in position preemptively, so it looks as though Classic, well, he's going to be aware of where this is coming from. He actually brings his other Stalkers in, so he still expected the units, the Widow Mine drop to come into this position. Single probe. Oh! Actually going to get the double probe in the end, which is annoying. Now, the other 2 Widow Mines will likely unload in the main base and see some success. We'll have to give up at least 1 more probe each here. Oh my goodness, it reaches across. 9 workers die. And both those Widow Mines get out alive. That's a disaster. Hellion here is going to get with the Reaper another kill maybe. As we go after those probes, we get 11 kills now. Okay, this is bad for Classic. All falling apart here in this game number 1. As Kira gets in for some serious damage early on. Yeah, that mine was wild. It just fired as the probe probably got out of range. And then just dragged into the rest of those workers. It's so sad. Like, it wasn't a great setup defensively from Classic, but he was so close to kind of at least this not being as disastrous as it was. Obviously, the Widow Mine's still in the medevac, so waiting to come back in again is a factor as well. So, what's up, Von Schleier? How you doing, man? Good to see you as always. Hope you're keeping well. As our Colossus fills up by the way, so we are going to see Classic just on the transition through, but off of a way worse economy than expected. And he is hence going to be feeling way worse about this game than he should have typically been feeling. So, we'll back to that. Marines fighting, Stork's taking damage. We have got the Raven there to push back as well. Extended Thermal Lens continues to come through. Charges on the way up. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack. All these upgrades building in for Q at the moment. When he moves out the front, we do have a probe building up on the third base as well. Charges building, extended thermal lenses on the way. Fire tank moves through, and Raven obviously providing vision. We will be able to get rid of the observer, so that gets tanked down immediately. Still got +1 coming up, combat shield coming up. Classic takes that very typical forward position on Oceanborn where you want to deny your opponent from moving through as the hallucination spots where this army is at. Combat shield and +1 attack about to finish up. Concussive shells coming through as well. We got one tank already sieging, and these few Marines is going to go pick their way through a pylon on the right hand side, so clearing that up as well. Vexco boosting down the left-hand side. CC is going to move across toward the third base. Have our Colossus actually getting a pretty good fight with the super battery keeping them alive. They just get free damage essentially. That's an amazing trade. The super battery keeping them alive. Let's actually see. Whoa, those two stalkers are very adventurous. The rest of the bio is still there. Observer will spot the drop scene coming from the south side toward the main. So information gathered. There's not really a response to this from Classic. Nothing nearby just yet. Storm coming up, +1 attack coming through, the Immortal production. And a couple high templates continue in. This Medivacs will load up and just going to make their way through the bottom side. And +1 attack and Storm both building up. And the army will get rid of those zealots. So there's a simulator or two just going to be finishing here. And again, Ghost Academy building for now. Once again, a couple of Vikings brought through too. Kyo very just comfortably kind of stepping into a later stage of this game. Not looking to rush to kind of clear this out early or anything. He's seemingly very happy and comfortable, like I say, just where he's at the moment. So feeling good about this as we do have this drop coming in. Classic gets here with some feedbacks. And he's going to play cleanup. He's got the larger army on the front door, though, and the majority of his army is now in the main base, so this could be an issue. Plus, we'll get here. Everything else on the way over. Super battery pops immediately. We anti-armor missile the Colossi, and so both of those get caught up in the Dorito dust. Now, a little bit weaker. Red One actually gets the prism nest. That's going to go down as well. As we have armies still moving. Yeah, Nexus coming in, High Templar coming up, +2 attack, +1 air weapons. Continuing by also as the prism gets shut down. I mean, Classic continues in the same direction as it was initially spotted in. A very uninspiring play with the prism, right? Just continues to basically move in the same old direction. That's very rarely ever going to work, and it definitely didn't work here. Not at all. Now the prism falls, and like I say, Kyo has definitely had a lead of this from the early stages and is looking to really maintain that lead as well. Currently, into the next stage of this game, into the part where we probably expect Kyo to start just pushing towards something of a victory. Fire catches a couple of Zards over on the sides. Able to work through some of those. Marines coming back over. The Zards will take some more shots. We're going to stim up once again. Vikings bio. Looking to come back over. Anti-armor missile striking, trying to provide the fight through. I mean, the army of Classic is very decent defensively because it is just a lot of different ways of kind of splash damaging your opponents. He's just built a Stargate, and knowing Classic, he's probably thinking, oh, Fleet Beacon, let's start going into the late stages of this game. You know, let's try and get some carriers up. Classic loves to play in this PvT, and we might see it in one of these other games. But just as soon as he's set up, he's like, cool, let's go into carriers. And that's exactly what he starts to do right here. Is he well set up? Not really, but if Cure can't break into him, it will give Classic a very good army that Cure would then need to find an answer to. So it's not a terrible way to play out this situation as well. All things considered, it maybe gives him one of his better shots still. Because obviously moving and playing normally and just kind of sticking to the army he has, eventually Cure will just, you know, overwhelm it, keep a 5th base from coming up, and eventually just, you know, you're in trouble. At least if you get toward carriers, you can make this army way more complex for the Terran player to figure out and to handle. But I imagine that will be a factor. That's nice from Classic. Gets himself a Viking. Blinking forwards there for that. First carrier on the way. Obviously that Viking count being high from Cure is a good sign. More Vikings means more answer to those carriers, so less likely that the carriers are going to run away with the game or so. Dead Stargate coming up. Classic comes back from the center. Going to move over here. A couple of ghosts in the front are going to take a lot of damage. EMP is coming down all over the place. We kind of need those storms to help out. And finally, Classic starts to get one in. More storms available. Just needs to stay away from the EMPs. And that zoning effect is going to be what kind of troubles Classic at the moment. Unable to get the storms into this fight. If he's going to get the storms in, not going to be too happy. Couple of Zealots charging through. The Stalkers are immortal, pushing forward as well. Well, Medevac still coming up. As that buy will turn around once again, just jumping on units. Carriers will be finishing. +2 air weapons now building. +3. One ground weapons building as well from our Protoss player. Again, all of that again brought up here for now. As our turrets drop in, command center gets going, reactors on the way, and our sensor tower builds as well. As here again, anything you look at in this game just looks solid and sturdy for him as we get into better and better spots. Let's have our Zealot force pulling back here as Classic tries to find an opening. Unable to find much for the moment though. Nothing gained just yet. Zealots will run in. I mean, that's one thing Q has done great. He's never allowed the Prism to get across the map. He's never left any openings to his bases for Zealot run-bys. None of that has come through at all. Now, these carriers are getting caught on their own. They're kind of meant to be with the rest of the army. It's a real shame, as this is obviously just a portion of the Terran. Now we recall back, but we're going to leave a few units behind. Oh my goodness, disaster from Classic. As I think he just gets a little bit too caught up in different things at different times, and that combination of just sequencing of events just goes horrifically wrong. It's very reminiscent of kind of the very early game off of that Widowmine drop, where it just felt like everything kind of happened in just slightly the wrong order for Classic to be okay. He actually recalls back over the Mothership and gets some good Storm feedback combos. But he needs to deal with his drop, and obviously he's not got money to really rebuild. Army supply is still somewhat out there, but he would have to kind of go right now, I feel like, if he really wants to make this a success story. I'm just not sure if that's going to end up being the case, as Advanced Ballistics will finish 3-3 upgrades from Kira are going to be done very soon as well. Run back over, Bio will unload once more, going to jump onto a battery. Carriers are going to finally be a defense against this drop. And Classic is down 30 supply. Somehow, for some reason, I want to believe a little bit for Classic, just because I think his army can still be good. Pops cloak in here, doesn't matter. There's already a scan in place. Storm drops in. The ship obviously taking a lot of shots. He drops another storm, but none of this is like huge storms. And the interceptor count is dropping heavily, so I think we're going to see Classic in a little bit too much trouble. Can push back. The Vikings will chase carriers down, and I think Kyo did a fantastic job of just always forcing his opponent to stay split apart. I think that's what Classic did extremely well in this game. If Classic was able to kind of stay connected together and deal properly with the drops, then this could have been, like I said, a terrifying army, but yeah, Kyo made sure to make his life extremely difficult in that regard. GG's. And Kyo is going to take game 1 of this series, and that is going to be our first matchup of the day. First map of this TVP, first TVP of the day. I literally skipped half my sentence out there. Is going to go the way of Kyo. So Kyo just keeps on winning, man. He's taken down 2 players so far. Looking for another in the form of Classic. Our second map is going to be Post-Youth. Let's get this started up. Alrighty. That's a messy game from Classic. Kind of expecting him to look a little better here going into a game 2. Kind of hoping that he picks it up a little bit as we kind of move throughout these games as well. So, I guess we shall see. As we kick this off, our map is going to be Post-Youth, like I say. Let's get this going still. Get this ready. Ellie going. I wonder if this snacks. Yeah. Well, I just got my lunch delivered, so she's camping out, waiting to see A, when I eat it, and B, how much of it she's gonna get. Hang on. Yeah. So this is a really comfortable part of the floor, guys. No reason I'm sitting here, I promise. Bottom left on Post-Youth is our blue Terran player. This is Kyo. This is his map pick as well. So again, the first map win on his opponent's map pick is obviously even better for him, even greater. Kyo in the bottom left-hand side, while in the top right, our red Protoss is Classic. You're only here for the dog. She's looking real sad right now, not gonna lie. She's looking real sad. Corona boost on the Nexus as a barracks goes down from Kyo in the main. Bring that through. So Rax will finish. We now have a solid cyber core coming up. The Nexus build on the in-base. Nothing too wild about the first few moments here. Yo, True Cat Mysteries. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 46-month resub. Welcome back. Also had in the last few minutes ago between games, we'll ask a 1130 with the Prime for the fresh new Prime sub. Thank you so much as well for supporting the WardiTV Korean Royale, our final day of the tournament, guys. If you're enjoying it, consider supporting. Get those Prime subs used. Helps us to run more events like this one and other events in the future. So, support if you can. Well, Rebet gets hit there. Stalker is going to deny the further scouting, so Classic able to try and keep some information to himself early on. We'll see a Stargate this time, so already a different approach. To be fair, I don't mind it, because a lot of the defensive Classic went wrong in that last game. The Stargate should simplify a lot of that defense. So I imagine that's what we're currently heading toward. The Stalker and Adept just going to chase after the Reaper. Showman's Burrow. The Adept is going to go down the left-hand side. Just going to see that Adept coming across there. Mine is actually going to kill an Adept here, so that's quite nice. Just Wood of Mine at the front, and Adept will go down. Well, 4 Wood of Mines in the drop. Obviously, we're going to be hoping that the Phoenix can shut this down from Classic. Hope that he can, take control of this drop nice and quickly. Phoenix move over, the medevac moving up. As the medevac is going to come boosting forwards, the other couple of Phoenix are going to be there. It's actually very good. The medevac will die with the Widow Mine still inside. We're actually going to get lifts on all 3 mines. That means slowly but surely we will just be able to kill off the rest. The mine at the front is actually going to blow up. Now a Stalker will chase down the final mine. We're going to be okay here, right? There's 1 Widow Mine that's going to be detected by an observer in a second. Now we can kill that. That's a pretty good defense. That's 6 Widow Mines for Stalker. 6 Widow Mines and the medevac for Stalker. The Adept died beforehand, of course. Purple Bay coming up. Couple more probes and the Phoenix still coming out. Impact, +1 attack, continue to come through. The missile turret is building as well. React on the main continues up. The Raven's still moving up the top left-hand side of the map, so away we go with that. Yeah, not really getting what he wanted from there. Not a single probe going down is a shame, especially when you commit, 4 mines was already on the higher side of life. 6 mines is like, holy goodness. Phoenix joined to the bottom. Thermal Lance coming through, the Colossus coming up. You got that ready to go. Things coming over, a couple of SCVs are going to get shot at. Gonna be seeing that Marine still firing up, Raven still sitting overhead. Army still moving up, getting into the center. Next flying across, a couple of medevacs gathering again, +1 on combat shield coming through, a couple extra Vikings and Marauders coming about here. Results producing on the side of Classic as we have the Twilight Council starting up as well. Army still pressing up as we are going to get our Marines to jump onto this pylon. Pylon will go down. Phoenix, Colossus, Sentry, Zealot, Stalkers. There's another Widow Mine shot going off. The Colossus will take a hit. A couple of force fields drop down once again. So I got that conclusive shells finishing in a few moments and more barracks on the way, but Classic so far this game has been much more resilient. Obviously, good defense early, and losing a couple of Phoenix is a shame, but generally the Phoenix doing what they're meant to, which is to give you a much better defense to start off with, and from that better defense is able to progress this game into a much nicer position. And this is one of those scenarios where I wonder if as Classic hits 4 bases in the next couple of minutes, if again he's just going to say, you know what I love doing? I absolutely love to just throw on my, I mean throw down the kind of Stargates, the Fleet Beacon, and go to carriers, because to me, that is a lot of what Classic's PvT revolves around as of late. Guess we'll see what day brings us soon, as, again, the bio now from Cure back over the left-hand side. There's odds over on the far left. No charge just yet, so them run-bys are going to be very slow going if there's any committed, as Cure just gets his third base ready. The Zealot sees that, and Classic's fourth will die because it's completely out of position. So, fourth delayed here from Classic. No love given to that for now. Three Colossus, the group of Phoenix, making their way forward. Just going to have our Medivacs trying to load up into the high ground. Not going to be able to do too much. Vikings coming across, and those Vikings will just be able to again continue to play pickoffs at the moment. Shots going through. A couple of Medivacs are going to load up and back away. 8 SCVs haven't gone down. SCV's fallen, so again, Classic definitely succeed in delaying that third base. The drop in the main is still an issue. We're getting closer and closer to having Storm, which will help to maybe get rid of some of these units. That tank on the low ground definitely making it a complicated affair. Classic trying to find a way into this battle without losing too much. Currently losing a lot of his structures, though. Gateway's going down. It's 13 SCVs versus 6 probes killed thus far. Because I'm in the main base as well, so Classic's going to keep up with the SCV damage being done, and that's great to see. We'll see, this is 3 bases against 3 bases as we settle things back down. Cure only on 2 base economy, though, with 45 workers. At least we'll have triple orbital for mules. Blink and +3 attack on the way through. The Prism speed is currently the choice from Classic as well, as he wants to keep that aggression underway, apparently. So gets that Prism speed in production. Big drive. Even Classic is on a high work account after all of this. 59 probes, getting that 4th base up will allow him to saturate elsewhere with a few more workers he could produce. Obviously, Classic now has Colossus and Storms. He's got 2 different forms of splash damage. Now, this has been a bit too crazy and chaotic of a game to probably drop the Stargates down in, but... well, I guess that ends my question from before, basically, so... honestly, we'll see how if he wants to kind of try and move out on the map and take a fight. This is actually going to be part Storm drop, part Zealot drop. Leaves a couple of the Zealots going as the Prism backs out of there. 5 SCVs already killed, and actually that's still going. The Zealots are still busy as the Prism gets out. The Zealots do end up taking a few shots of damage. Ghosts coming up, Marines on the way, the Vikings still producing through this army of Cure. Gets towards the center. Again, Blink coming up, +3 attack, building in. 4 High Templars making into a couple of Archons. Now, we do have Ghosts, so Archons can be dealt with easily. Army supplies are very similar here. Cure is going to get a dive up this right side. It feels as though everywhere... oh my god, we feed back the Raven. I thought he would storm the ramp to kind of stop the position being taken. I'm going to drop a Storm from the left-hand side onto the Vikings. As 1 Colossus fell, 2 Colossus, 3 Colossus still remain. Now it's 2 because the other one got shot down very quickly. It was already low HP. Classic having to really bully his way back into position here, and he's going to get there. Vision seems to be the problem with Classic. He has this watchtower, which means that he should feel a bit safe. And he has a lot of vision around the left side. I would imagine that he really should keep his army here, because if you can see here, like you see every other position, this is where Cure can run into without you really knowing about it. And there's nothing here to stop him from just doing it again! Classic is out of position once more. Stalkers will find 1 shot on a Viking. There's a couple High Templar. I'm not sure if they have energy to actually storm just yet. If they want to come in from the flank, well, they dropped the first storm. It actually completely missed. Now the Prism and both High Templar die. As I said, it looks like the rest of Classic's army might just be good enough anyways, as... yeah, I mean, the Vikings are not going to do much with that many. Colossus dead, and they just never really recovered economy-wise, so is always kind of struggling with economy. And that means that Classic will tie us up 1-1, and we have a series on our hands, as these two are going to get tied and continue to battle here in the round of 6 of our WardiTV Korean Royale Season 3. Site Delta for our next game. Get that started up. Yo, Justin's Place, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for resubscribing and supporting the channel as we have ourselves a tied-up series here. 1-1 between Classic and Cure. Winner of this plays Creator in the semi-finals. Winner of that plays Dark in the grand finals. That's what's going on today. That's the way we are heading. As we are missing Classic from the player slot. Move him up there. Get him to play Protoss. And GG's and Go-Go can be called. Perfect. Game 3 on the way. Cure. This gauntlet's done. Add up for him now. He went through Solar 3-1. He went through Bunny 3-0. But now 1-1 with Classic. Can he keep the endurance in place? Hermes, thank you so much for gifting out a sub to the community. Going out to D-Jack Knife. Thank you very much for the generosity of a gifted sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much as we head into our next game here. It's Site Delta as mentioned. We have got in the bottom right corner our Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. This is Cure. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left-hand side of the map. This is Classic. He is from Twisted Minds. We are tied 1-1 in this series. Barracks in the gas coming through. So, Site Delta here for map number 3. Tied up 1-1, a series on our hands. Type call coming up, Power on the way, Probe is building as well. Just got a factory on the way, the command center also in production just for a moment. That Stargate underway, reactor, refinery, factory, everything coming through for the moment here. So far, so good. We are proxying this Classic, no expansion from him. So going for the more aggressive route of things is that Stargate starts middle of the map, and I wonder if there's a world where we even get forwards and we start to build up some of those batteries. The scout from Cure is going to go to the common proxy locations, but this one's a little bit further back. As mentioned, I wonder how aggressive this actually turns out to be, because the probe and the Zealot are still nearby, the Stalk coming. But the chance that this turns into a good amount of aggression. Hellions is not going to help you at all, and yeah, it's going to be a Void Ray from Classic, so he's going to get batteries up. He's going to send this. Where does he want to build the batteries? You could go to the left side of the main base, like just on that ledge. You could also just go to the natural of his opponent and do it if you would like to. I mean, I think he's going to be able to as well. Let's see what the probe does. He's going to hang back with the probe. The last thing you want here is the probe to get targeted down, especially with the Hellion showing up. Okay, he puts a high pile on this low ground initially. Now Zealot Stalker will just trade out, gets a Marine, and now the Hellions and the SCV will see this pylon. And now we're going to see the Void Ray as well, so now Cure knows what is up. His efforts to scout nearby have gone amiss. As 2 wooden lines are about to pop, we could prismatic a line and probably kill one of those. Oh my goodness, we get out of range of that one as Hellion takes some extra shots as well. You know what, the mine's going to be an issue. We might even need to get a Revelation, like a single Oracle Revelation out to truly help with that. The 2 Stalkers and the Void Ray continue to pick their way through and kill off a reactor. That's going to slow down a lot of this factory production, which obviously is very important because that's going to be where you get your Cyclones from. I think we lost the probe, right? So the probe has to come back across the map to be able to build any batteries. We now have a second Void Ray, and slow warp-ins off of this pylon. Obviously no gateway attached means it does not warp in quickly. Because again, you're very limited in what you can do because of the ever-present problem of those wooden mines. If you try and push further forwards, we're going to kill a Cyclone. That's a huge start. Cyclone going down. Miss micro from Cure to let that go down like that. Third Void Ray about to finish. We're already queuing a fourth, so apparently we just do not care about these mines. At some point, do we want to give something up to set off the Widow Mine so we can kind of push in more easily? When we try and do so with the probe, it will unburrow the Widow Mine, but it goes down. The Void Ray damage output now a little bit too high as Classic moves into this main base barracks. Just going to see another Widow Mine going down. A couple of Hellions getting pushed back. Void Ray is still able to keep on dealing shots here. Going to just go after the barracks, but he's going to lose a Void Ray. No, he doesn't. He keeps it alive. Wow, that was very clutch. I was convinced that was going to go down as the Void Rays now work their way onto this starport. That surely at some point one of these Void Rays is actually going to die. 4 Stalkers here as well. We're actually going to go for the factory. We're not sure what we're going for, it seems. Just going to get some SCVs as we go. Void Ray is still gathering. Another Void Ray producing. As we do have Prismatic ready in a moment. Maybe we're just going to try and laser down something. We're going to get Cyclone and the Viking. Make it 2 Vikings. Huge play. Tank as well. Cure should be dead from that. Surely. That's so many losses. All of his tech units die in an instant. GG called, and Classic continues to perform as now he's on a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Yeah, Cure lately, I mean, you think back to Cure Classic last year in Game as 8, and Cure was absolutely best TVP in the world back then, but that is definitely kind of whittled down a little bit lately. Like, Cure has had issues in this matchup since the patch. And, I mean, he lost to Nightmare a lot. He did just about keep it together in Dallas against the Protoss players, but he's not the Protoss Slayer that he used to be. And Classic is looking for another appearance in a WardiTV Korean Royale semi-final. If we do win this matchup, Classic, or win this map, Classic would go to the semi-finals against Creator. So that would be a PvP, and that would give us a guaranteed ZVP best of 7 finals today with Dark against the winner of that PvP. And I'll play this to all join our lobby. GG, Go Ghost is Cure. Classic is already ready, which means we can just get going. And Classic is on that 2-1 lead here over Cure for the moment. Last Terran in the competition. Terrans did not have a great event, I want to say. Gumiho and Björn both eliminated at 2 and 5 match scores or so. They didn't make playoffs. Ryung knocked out first round. Bunny knocked out by Cure. And now Cure is the only Terran left standing. So yeah, it's not been a pretty event for the Terran players. And Cure bring it back, as he is in the top right-hand side, looking to do just that. Keep himself alive in the Korean Royale. The blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Cure. Bottom left, that red Protoss. This is Classic. Crimson Court. Interesting map in itself for the layout, of course. It'll be a very narrow map, which can be very good for a lot of the Terran pushes, but also very good for the Protoss army not getting flanked, so we will see. Nibble, nibble, nibbles. Reaper is going to be on the way up, so we get that started and we get that on the way. This Ripper is building. The Nexus and the Cybercore coming through from Classic. Orbital Command still coming in as well. Factory, Reaper continue to come through. The Stalker coming up. Next, the Assimilator coming through. Continues down the bottom left. Twilight Council, Nexus all coming in. Just gonna have a Stalker and a couple of probes moving about. Twilight Council finishing. Classic back to the build order, which obviously gave him some trouble in that first game. He really struggled defensively when he was playing the Blink, so that's one thing he needs to kind of sharpen up on here to make sure that he doesn't have the same issues a second time around. But wants to jump in towards the main. The Adept is going to be there. And the Reaper gets shut down immediately. Did get in to scout the Twilight Council, though, so got far enough in to see that. There's a Stalker and Adept to come back down to the low ground. The two barracks building in the main base out of Cure. And on we go. No Widow Mine drop this time from Cure, so Classic is not going to face those same issues he faced in game number 1. But it is going to be a very aggressive 3 racks with the factory, starport delayed build, which means that you are still under some pressure here as Classic, because there is going to be quite a lot of buy units available to your opponent, and they can push very early. Tanks obviously can take positions and set up as well. So these are all things you've got to be fairly careful about as that Adept trolls down on the low ground. Here comes the push from Cure. Handful of SCVs with this. Good that the Adept is going to get there to see it, and should even see the SCVs. So knows exactly how aggressive this is. Obviously, Adept dies, but I think we take those. Heading down to the bottom left side. The Observer moving through. Just going to scan that, take that out. The few Stalkers going to fight here. The Marines take a few more shots. Tank will fire up once again. Stalkers firing away. Tank will go down. The Marines are going to push back. The Stalkers take extra hits. The Cyclone just going to pull back over as well. Stimpack and Combat Shield still on the way through as that Marine Tank Marauder will be fighting here. These Stalkers taking a lot of damage though. Classic bleeding out units as he tries to buy time. He is going to get 40 with the Immortal to get rid of this Siege Tank, but then you gotta save this Immortal with Stim done. I don't think you do. Okay, there's actually a battery here, so the battery will keep it alive for a little bit, but we need more units. Classic doesn't have it just yet. That Immortal is still alive. Second Immortal showing up. This is a big deal having the double Immortal. Don't think we should go into the tank range unless you have both Immortals at the same time ready to stack out that Siege Tank ASAP. Gonna go for a little bit here with the Stalkers and the Immortals utilizing their range, utilizing some of that battery healing still. We've got one more full battery in the background. Sentries on the way. Gateway is coming up. Classic is getting closer to a defense, but the bunkers are coming through. We transfer some probes to the upper left side. Now Classic going to go, as I can only imagine. He's a little bit afraid of those bunkers getting finished. We need the super battery to turn onto the other Immortal. It got there, but it not quite enough healing in time. Immortal target fires down. The Marauder Marines are still on this other Immortal. Is the damage enough? No, the Marines will be going down. He has Stalkers blinking through. A new Immortal ready. Oh, a lot of bio lost. We got one Immortal, but the other surviving by the skin of its teeth, losing out on the damage output needed to break through there. And we're on our way to Charge. Charge would be huge against an army like this one. A commitment from Cure, which is still without a starport, means that, yeah, realistically, Charge is going to be very tough to deal with. It's very Marauder heavy, and it's very tank heavy. Enough Zealots with Charge, and this is going to get cleaned up. This could be quite the hold here from Classic. As a third tank gets siege, but they're not in range of anything, so Classic can just sit and wait he's bought himself the time, or at least a lot of the time here initially. Should be hold position units at this stage. Don't let anything else kind of go running forward in a silly manner. As one tank will try and come a bit further. We are going to see another bunker coming up. Classic will be building towards his breakout shortly. How exactly is he going to go about it? I mean, he might still want to utilize the batteries to some extent to, yeah, cancel up a bunker and so on. I mean, charge is about to be done. Tank's still edging forward. Oh, he's actually broken through. Okay, he's actually made a sick play. He's broken through the rocks on this base. Oh, he's warping in behind the rocks. He's getting zealots behind the army. This is a big deal because he's not only going to be able to shut down some reinforcements, but it's a potential flank on this position. The bio moves out of the way, so the Immortals get forwards. Tanks are dropping very quickly here. It's going to be a couple of bunkers left, and Cure is going to get shut down as Classic makes a beautiful hold, defense, and breakout. Absolutely stunning play from Classic to take this 3-1 and to knock our final Terran out of the competition. That was an absolutely fantastic escape from Classic. That was such a turnaround from game number 1, man. Like, that game number 1 was such a disaster for Classic, and then going into game 2, 3, 4, absolutely beautiful play. Fantastic stuff, and that will be that. As, yeah, that means we're actually still on schedule. Perfect. So Classic moves on. We're going to play Creator up next. Classic Creator PvP and then PvZ in the Grand Finals. We are guaranteed one of every matchup today after having all the ZVZ yesterday. Today we've had TVZ, TVT, TVP, PvP, and PvZ, and the final is guaranteed. So that's kind of wild. Guys, we're going to take a couple minutes break. We come back for more StarCraft 2 with Classic versus Creator in just a few moments' time. Hello guys, we're just waiting for Creator. He's going to be a couple minutes, so I'm just going to leave the break streaming on for a couple more moments while I have a little bit of my lunch. As soon as Creator's here and we've got videos, we'll be right back with you with this semi-final of the Korean Royale. Alright guys, we're still just waiting for Creator. He'll be a couple minutes. He said he wouldn't be too long when we messaged him. So hoping that won't be too much longer. In fact, he just joined the party, so I think videos are about to begin. As we get this best of 5 ready to start. Yeah, a couple of videos going. Excuse me, and get into some PvP. Wonder if this place is dark in the finals. Top 4, $500 guaranteed. Plus winnings from the group stage. Finals, $1,000 guaranteed. And set $2,000 up for grabs for first place. So, a sizable difference as we move through these final couple of rounds of the competition. Semi-final of PvP coming up in just a moment. Thank you for your patience between matches, guys. Get this on the way, like I say, very soon. Excuse me. Gold ore. Golden ore is going to be our first map. Avian Amphion, Ghosts, River, Post Youth, and Dynasty. Second map going to be Site Delta. Get this all ready to go. Get everyone to start joining us here. Perfect. We're missing one caster from the lobby, and we should be good to go. Players are readying up. Just waiting for one cast to join us here, and we will be going into our PvP semi-final between Classic and Creator. Get this underway and see how things are going to go. Am I from the UK? Yes, I am. Sorry, that was loud. I'm missing one person. Alright, let's kick off in our PvP, guys. It's time for Classic Creator semi-final action. One final PvP in this tournament. Classic Creator did play in the group stages. They were in the same group, and that was a 2-1 victory for Classic. As we head into Golden Aura, let's go. Kick this off. In the top left corner of the map, our blue Protoss player here. First place in his group gets a start in the semi-finals. This is Creator. In the bottom right, our red Protoss player from Twisted Minds, we have Classic. Game 1 of the best of 5 series. Let's see what will go down. I made a tweet a day or two ago about actually, never mind. I'm not going to talk about it. I was going to talk about. I made a tweet about like people not being, being overly negative and stuff all the time. I was like, I'm probably just inviting into my Twitch chat, so let's just never mind. Let's talk about PvP. You have a probe dropping down the pylon over on the side to start us off, so gets that into place. And that probe will now continue onto the map. So Classic, they wanted to try and hide a pylon here. No probe anywhere funky from Creator. Just one scouting in the main base of Classic at the moment. It's just going to go for that at the moment. Obviously, the pylon on the map just makes it look as though there could be a proxy here, and he doesn't really reveal the probe either, as this probe pulls back away from the main. Have our Nexus coming through. Yeah, that's set up. Obviously, an expansion on both sides makes this quite a fun PvP. We get some sentries up, so we'll have hallucinations for information. There'll be 2 adepts from Classic, but mostly moving into sentries of his own now, so getting that underway as we get that started in. And yeah, just seeing our council building from both, so we're likely to end up on Blink versus Blink here, which is kind of cool. There's a depth shade up, a couple sentries pulling back. Blink will start on the side of Classic, so again, bringing that into play. The Nexus is about to finish, and the Twilight Council will finish from Creator in just a moment. The Adept's still trying to get up there, but not going to be able to do too much as the pylon is going to end up blocking These Adepts at least going to keep some attention here and keep units pinned back. And again, we're on the way to blink on both sides. As we actually commit with these Adepts, we get, what, 3 workers? Only 2, because the battery is in range to deny number 3 from going down when there's only 1 Adept left. So 2 workers or 2 Adepts. Kind of interesting. I mean, I guess there's not too much more map control they're going to maintain. Sentries are out, so you have hallucinations to scout with and so on as well. It's kind of an interesting time to kind of... I just didn't expect him to more than anything, honestly. Most people would rather keep the Adepts alive, but Classic says, no, I'll take the damage. Hallucination comes in, is not going to see the speed of that third base coming around the main natural, scouting this. That's all he's going to see. He's not going to check that third. Now, Classic, if he knew about the third, might just go with this Robo a whole bunch of additional gates and apply the pressure. You know, spend his money on something that his opponent isn't, which is unit production, and get that up and going. Nexus and Forge still coming through. We have ourselves the Blink coming in as well. Hallucination. Pulls back over. Blink's coming up. And Forge coming in, Robo Facility on the way up, +1 attack is going to start off the Forge as well. We still got that Blink about to finish here. Nexus going to be completing. And a couple of gates and a Forge still coming up on the side of Classic as the Stalkers will get some more damage out. Hallucination moves down. Have ourselves again +1 attack coming through. The extra gates coming up. Charge is on the way also here. As the observers will continue to move around again, getting that +1 attack on the way up. Double Nexus expansion from Classic. So he's going to take his third and then take a fourth on the gold, which is going to make this actually a very exhilarating PvP. So Classic taking some risks. And this PvP definitely going to be one of the longer PvPs, which is not always the case. Focus. He's going to go. Azalt will take a couple shots of damage. Classic trying to find some harass, but that was not really it. Adepts on the left side. And Creator playing great defense so far, stopping Classic from breaking in at all. Stalkers and Sentry still move down the bottom. More Stalkers around the right-hand side. Big push from Creator coming across. +1 charge, Immortal. Continuing in. Temple Archives and additional gateways continue to come up as well. Nice to see Creator was again a chance to be aggressive, but he's missing the fact that Classic has that gold base, and if Classic gets away with that, then that is incredible. Charge finishing for Classic here as he has nothing in the main, just warped in as well, so has to pull back his actual army to deal with this. More Zealots warp in from Creator. That's a lot of units, and Classic going to need to warp in very soon as he is going to get caught at the front, but the 2 Immortals still there are for the moment at least going to be good enough. Actually lose a pile on this power in the +2 upgrade, so Creator finding some good damage. Again, if Creator just knew about the gold base, this would be horrendous for Classic, because then Creator would be pushing there already and denying that. But instead, Classic's just started saying, okay, well, this wasn't ideal, but I am sitting on a gold with a worker lead, and my opponent seemingly does not know about it. And doesn't need to get units back across here to start playing defense. A lot of his tech units currently actually across in the main base. No battery on this third base location either. There's one obviously just on the front of the natural. That one might be one we can try and use. And we're just pressing. Stalker's taking damage. 8 more Zalds being built up. Immortal pops out. Our Stalker's coming through. Just going to get 1 or 2 shots off on the Immortal. Again, Temple Archives and Nexus continue to build. So Zealots warping in, +2 attack is on the way up. The Immortal, the High Templar, continue to come through. Additional probes on the way out as well, so we continue to bring that in. The battery continues to come up. And that +3 attack upgrade also on the way in as our Nexus and our Zealots. That's Troll coming through, more Zealots coming about. Immortal is just finishing. Great, again, more tech on the way, but Classic's gold base finally found. However, Classic just had long enough for that to come into play. The one thing Classic missing right now is a +2 attack upgrade, and that's because of that denial we saw in that main base previously. Mortal fires, couple Stalkers taking hits. Ourselves, this army still moving over. The Stalker's still gathering. The Prism moves up. And we have a Sentry getting caught here as Classic kind of gets caught. Moving across the map. Still on that gold base, taking a 5th now as well. Up 20 armies are playing Classic, looking good here. The risk of that gold has paid off massively. Problem now is going to be attacking up into these bases with this many Zealots up these choke points. That ain't going to be easy. Super Battery activates and Classic decides to go back across the other way. He actually could engage in if his opponent chases too far down the ramp. That as well as an option. As this is a bit better because now he could bleed some Zealots off to the left-hand side to create the access point here. Well, Stalkers blink in to give Creator a better fight. I don't think this was super pretty from Classic. I think he's actually messed this fight up in a big way. He had so many of his Zealots still caught behind the Immortals as well. Is this going to be enough? We still have a lot of Immortals from Classic, and that's going to be the power point. Oh, he's lost all power to his gateways as Zealots across the map have put in work. Oh, that's huge, but is it enough? Because right now, Classic still has Archons and Immortals. Any tech, any Zealots right now would be amazing for him. And here come the Zealots from Creator to try and play cleanup on these tech units. The Archons will put in some work. The Archon Micro in with that Prism. Immortal Archon still trying to fight here. Finally, it looks as though gateways are coming back online. Warp-ins are coming through. It looks as though that warp-in shutdown from the gateways being depowered was not enough to slow Classic down to the point where Creator could recover and clean out this army. Zealots are showing up now from across the map and as reinforcements as the gateways are repowered. And as Creator loses his 4th base, Classic still sits on that gold. And it looks as though that is going to be enough for Classic to take game 1 of this best of 5. It's not quite done yet. He's actually down an upgrade as well. +3 being done for his opponent is kind of a big deal right now. Seeing Immortal Micro continuing in the Prism. The problem is Creator has to keep warping in Stalkers apparently. Stalkers can obviously have some micro potential, but I wouldn't say they're going to have the bulkiness that you kind of need in the Zealots and that his opponent is warping in. Push forward a bit more aggressively now as Classic. Will he be able to break through? These couple of Immortals that he has are very important if his opponent's playing Stalker heavy. He had a few Stalkers of his own brought in. Creator's Prism setting up. The Prism of Classic gets another warp in of Zealots off here. However, we are warping Zealots right into this fight as Creator as well. Immortals micro backwards. Classic's Prism still keeping him and safe and alive, but his army supply is dropping down, and now the Prism gets blinked on. Creator will get the Immortals, and Creator is on his way to clearing this up. A few final probes going down. He blinks Classic. The Stalkers away. He's up 20 workers with a gold included on that, so he just needs time to build up more armor. Yes, down an upgrade, but he should be able to get enough going. Stalker's still moving down. Classic up significantly, but it's all in workers. That means that if he is in trouble, though, he could pull a few probes to help him tank and to help him survive. One Immortal here is a pretty big deal. Any amount of just tech units is going to make a big difference. As again, it's a couple Archons actually from Creator, so he has some tech of his own. Here we go. Those Archons are a big deal right now because they're going to shred the Zealots. More Zealots coming in. The Stalkers blink forward. The Zealots are going to get onto the warp and in Zealots. I actually wouldn't have minded that too much. And now the Immortals of Classic are kind of in the wrong place as well because they're going to go in towards the Zealot warp and another Zealot warp in there from Classic. I don't think Creator can quite get enough up as the Prism of his will now go down. No micro potential. Archon's dying. And that is the cleanup from Classic. The hold is made with the gold base still alive, and Creator almost seemed to have it. It wasn't quite enough, and Classic takes game 1 of our best of 5 semi-final. Even the PvP is apparently going to start delivering a day. Okay, we'll take it. Head to Golden Aura for map number 2. Get this up in a sec. Just got Creator in the replay for a moment, so we can't host just yet. So a few moments and we'll get that going. Oh, that's a great set of fights. Craig's out of game. Oh, out of his replay. Let's get going for game 2. Oh. How's the wrong map? It's side down. We just played Ocean, Golden Aura. Try this a second time. Everyone in here, get set to go. Players should be ready, and we can head straight into game number 2, guys. Thank you for the patience. Go is cold. Let's head into it. Get this underway. Site Delta coming on through. Alright, loading on in, guys. Getting this one ready to go. Let's have in the top left-hand corner the blue Protoss player who kind of got a little bit caboozled by that gold base in the last game. This is Creator looking to fight back. As in the bottom right, our red Protoss is classic. Classic up 1-0. In our best of 5. Heading into game 2 here. Site Delta. A map with a ramp. From nibbling another probe, as you do have gateways coming up, pylon the assimilator coming out here. As you get this ready, Nexus goes down onto the natural, so we get that set up for the moment. Probe nibbles at the other probe. We do have Cybercore about to finish. Cybercore on both sides of the map. It's a fast expansion from Classic though, and that is what he wants to take advantage of here. Fast expand. Creator will go Stargate before expanding, so we'll have a little bit more pressure to be able to apply. Classic just wants to get this Nexus up early and play that out, so let's see how he does. Stargate coming up, Nexus coming through. You have a couple of units that you're pressuring forward. Obviously, Creator, with that later expand, is still expanding. Stalker's fighting. Adept and Zealot still taking some shots. The Adept is going to shade through. Stalker still chasing, and the Adept will go down. The Zealot's going to be taking some damage as well, so that will also be going down in just a moment. So Adept and a Zealot both falling. As we have a little bit of lag. on my side. Thing is going up. That's not good. Are we good through it? It doesn't seem to be bothering the players. They've not said anything. It's dropping down. I'm going to assume we are okay. I can't imagine the players didn't pause if they felt that, so I'm going to say we're alright for now. If it happens again, we'll jump out, but sometimes you get these little lag spikes that are only your connection to the Korean server and it somehow doesn't impact the game. I don't really understand it. Cancel is on the way from Classic. We do have a gateway coming up, a couple probes on the way out. And Voidray already going to be here as the Stalker comes to push back as well as the Stalkers getting chased away. That's a horrible fight for Classic as everything dies early. The Voidray is such a big deal. Everything dies. He even tried, I think he tried to recall, right? Oh man, he tried to recall, lost everything anyway, so even energy wasted, and Classic gets completely dumpstered on the offense. That is, well, definitely a way to win the game is created. Now, he's down 5 workers, but he's got 15 army supplies to the 4. Classic has no tech because the blink is so far off. He was prioritizing the numbers here. Void Stalkers, the Adepts continue to move around. Robo Facility and a couple of additional gateways coming up. It's still coming through. The assimilators are still coming out. Army's just going to get you. It's going to have that gateway already taking damage. A few more Stalkers getting warped in. Gateway will fall. The other couple units getting pushed back. The Adepts are going to shade forward as well. Dark Shrine is about halfway done from Classic, who is looking for a way to save this, but I mean, there's an Oracle for detection, there's a Robo up. I mean, the Dark Shrine is scouted. And actually, sorry, the Dark Shrine's proxy topside, so I mean, still though, there's basically no hopes here. I mean, maybe if Classic can hold on, he gets in, kills like 10 plus workers. A little bit of a fight happening over here in the front as well. We actually do see Classic has knocked down the Void Ray. Okay, Classic's kind of holding for the moment. If the Oracle is out of position and there's no Observer build and the DTs get in, there's a possibility of something happening here. Twilight Council of Creator goes into Resonating Glaive, so he's not going to follow up with Blink, and now the Blink of Classic going to give him a bit of momentum back across the map. Oh man, he's actually going to kill a bunch of Stalkers here. The last couple get back to the battery, but that was what I was expecting to happen, honestly. Resonating Glaive still coming through. The Immortal, a couple of extra gates coming up as well. Charge building on the side of Classic as that Stalker gets rid of the probe. And still just chrono boosting out the Immortal here from Creator. So getting that Immortal popping in the next moment or so. Prism on the way, Resonating Glaives coming through. Somebody's getting warped in as well, as Stalker's still just sitting down the low ground. And Creator supply still looking good, obviously. It's kind of felt like we needed DTs to get in and do some damage, and kind of just waiting for them still. With Glaives popping and this army kind of coming over. Classic taking the third base, only just now adding gateways. I feel like these are all reasons why this is not going to be a pretty ending for Classic. He's just not prepped for this next attack. One Stalker goes down, Immortal and 2 Sentries coming over. Again, Classic trying to utilize the ability of Blink to just give him something, and there is an Observer at the front here, so he will see the DTs moving in, and he might be able to get a warp in or so going about. He pulls the Observer back, so he sees this. He's going to try and get the gateway in position, but he will not succeed. First Stalker warped in, goes down as well, and we just start the base trade here. Well, you know what? I don't hate it. I think base trade might be one of the better things you can go for at this point in time. Is the probes start to fight, the stalker starts to fight. There is going to be adepts on the other side. Well, honestly, the Archons would do very well here to just fight these adepts, and that's exactly what they'll start doing. It honestly couldn't have been a better start from Classic. I'm just not convinced that the start is going to be enough, as I mean, Creator's lost a lot of his probes, but still has a massive army. Super Battery putting in work here, but is that ever going to be good enough? I don't think so. As we get into the main on the other side, even if you kill off all the pylons, this army still has to go down at some point. You have an Archon that's still going huge, mind you. A few probes pulling in, extra warpins coming in. Classic decides to go for more DTs. Does he have an observer of his own? No, so he can't really get rid of the observers of his opponent. Those DTs warped in aggressively, huh? Start sub-sack defense on the right side. Creator's down to 3 probes. Well, Classic needs to still kill this army. That's the issue. Hey, I tell you what though, what if he just warps in DTs for a lot more Archons? And Archons would actually be very good against this force, so maybe there's a way? Maybe there is some hope. 2 probes remain from Creator. He's going to pull back down through the natural. Everything's heading home right now from Classic. He's not going to get there before the army moves up the ramp though. He does have the ability to trade efficiently with Stalkers, considering they have Blink. Now that DT needs to get away. The observers are here. DTs, no, they really needed to become Archons. I think with Archons, there could have been maybe a chance, because with Archons, you could have actually gotten rid of the Adepts very easily. Now there's no DTs left, right? There's 4 of them. Where the hell are they? Well, not where they need to be, apparently, as one of them wants to come in. Like I say, I think we need just more... If there's ever a chance, it's with Archons, I think, is just the reality of it. The problem is there's also a Prism that's going to provide extreme amounts of efficiency, which Classic can't really contend with. I think much fairer to say that this is likely going to be a Creator game, and then we're tied up this series 1-1 in our semifinals. Base trading doesn't really work for you as Classic either, because if you base trade, you have, well, your opponent has Immortals, but you have Stalkers versus Adepts as a comparison. And you've got DTs, which is also high damage output. Now there's Archons morphed in here. Classic is also the one with structures on the top side of the map, so maybe, obviously having run all the way to the other side to then come back here, the only 2 probes in the game from Creator are in the main. This is genuinely going to be a straight-up base trade. Okay, we've got to get rid of each and every structure here on each side. As Classic goes back up into the main base to just chase. Oh, there's going to be a recall into the main base. The Archons are going to get on top of this. I just don't believe we can ever truly kill the Immortals, considering there's Prism play. Creator is going to have those Immortals chunking through. The Archons going down. I genuinely feel like if those DTs had all come back and been Archons for that big fight on the 3rd of Classic, there was a chance. I'm not going to say it would have happened, but I feel like there would have been a chance. Enough time had passed for maybe another battery or so. I think that would have been the chance for Classic. Obviously doesn't happen, and now we go into the 3rd map with everything tied up here. 1-1 in our semi-final. Protoss versus Protoss, looking to fight Dark in the Grand Finals, the winner of this. Get Game 3 started in a moment. Maybe if you made an Observer instead of an Immortal to snipe 2 Obs. Yeah, that too, right? If he just snipes the Observers down, his opponent doesn't have anti-air, so 1 Observer maybe could have done that. Then let the DTs just chip through the army. Absolutely a possibility as well. Absolutely. There's a few ways to approach that one. It just didn't quite work out. As we have everyone in here, go-go's are called. Let's go. As we head into Oceanborn. It was obviously a rough start from Classic. The initial proxy got shut down hard and everything, so into game number 3 we head. Let's see if Classic can get a better setup. Let's jump into it. In the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Protoss player, this is Creator, tying up the series 1-1 against his opponent, who is in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. Classic. Well, this PvP has definitely been a wild one so far, and it's definitely been nothing simple about it. Talon drops down, Cybercore's coming up, gates and probes on the way. Cybercore for the finishings, again our gates going through, the pylons coming up. And Decive, thank you so much for the Prime sub, appreciate it. The proxy is scouted, so they're both proxying. The scout of Classic is good to find the proxy Stargate of Creator. Now Creator did not spot the proxy of his opponent. So there's a little bit of a difference. One guy knows what's going on, the other guy does not. Stargate typically good against Robo, but worse if the Stargate's not at home because you can't just build a Void Ray or something at home to help you defend. I'm Classic, I feel like I actually in this situation just want to build like a lot of Stalkers, a Prism, and just go. We actually might be able to depower the gateway. Sorry, the Stargate. Before, Oracle is chrono boosting. Close, but not close enough, right? But even if you just depower this after the Oracle pops, that at least means nothing else comes. It's actually very close. The chrono boost is going to run out. Oh my god, it actually doesn't matter. Wow. The adept damage was good enough. That Oracle took a long time to build compared to what I thought. Well, that means the Stargate is depowered. The first Immortal pops from Classic, and, well... Okay, hit C now, by the way. Creator just saw that this is a Robo and an Immortal over here, so he's very aware. However, he's going to lose this Adept fight, so he's going to lose 1 for... maybe actually still just 1, so 1 for 1 is not so bad. And now the Stargate will be fired upon by an Immortal. 2 Stalkers coming over, and Creator builds his own Robo facility, cancelling up this Oracle to finally get some money back and try and get back on track. Adept and Immortal will finish off that Stargate. We do see the Prism unloading. And just have ourselves a couple of sentries on the way out as well, so bringing those straight through. Adepts continue to shade about. We just have cancel there, as we do have the Nexus going into the upper right side. This way, Classic is obviously just going to be an advantage. His Robo was just up way sooner. So even if his opponent has a Robo, and he's now got an Immortal, he's still down the Prism. So he's going to be the one to lose a Gateway initially. Again, you shouldn't lose anything here as Classic because you have the Prism to micro with, and that's exactly what we start to see. Prism drops down one of those Stalkers, and we do have the Obs trying to set up as well. Immortal's getting busy. Well, we take a lot of damage on that Immortal. We do damage to the opponent's Immortal as well, but gotta be careful with those. The last thing you want to do is to lose your Immortals because you're not quite quick enough to pick them up or anything, right? That's Classic. Still just pinging and ponging at the front, dealing some extra damage here. A few more shots continue to be sent out. Immortals. He's still attacking, and we actually have the Super Battery activating again, keeping this Gateway alive just about. Oh, dancing around with those Immortals, huh? Pulling those back, getting everything back together. Slaves on the way from Classic. Obviously knocked down some gates, feeling fairly happy with his position, but look what Creator did. Proxy the Nexus to the top right-hand side, so he's got a cheeky base over here. Now the Robo facility of Classic exposed as well. That's one of those weird things, right, where now you're going to get punished for having your Robo out on the map. Gonna try and get across with the Prism, I imagine, to defend against this, but it's not going to happen in time. Observer pops. Resonant Glaives is on the way. Do we bother coming to try and repower this? Another Immortal popping out shortly. Prism moves down to the bottom. Still got Resonant Glaives coming up. A couple of probes on the way. Observer taking a few more shots, and here's Classic's force. Honestly, it's not that big, but he needs to do something because he is down by 6 workers. Obviously, he doesn't see an expansion, so he's got to figure something out, though, right? Because he sees no expansion, but then it doesn't make sense why his opponent's got kind of the army that he's got and so on. Prism available, but not here. And that actually could be... Okay, there it is. Comes back in time. I was going to say, that could be a big deal if the Prism wasn't there. Actually, just having Glaives is obviously a big deal as well. Glaives does a lot as... I think Classic's going to back away. Again, you just can't fake yourself out too much here, though. Seeing no base is something you don't want to fall in the trap of, especially if he, like, cuts probes and doesn't build any more, because he's like, I don't need them. You haven't expanded. That's probably a fight Classic could have taken, but... Yeah. There you go. Hallucination spots the base top right now. Classic's like, oh, crap. The problem is now it's taken too long, and so now he still has the Glaives advantage, which is a big deal. Force fields come down, though, and Classic's the one to lose a bunch of units there. His Prism is over in the main base of his opponent. Mortals drop down, going to get the battery straight away. It's an Adept warp in to try and deal with this as well. So we got to get the Adepts with Glaives after the probes. Oh, I like this. Targeting down the pylons obviously depowers a lot of stuff here. What are we going to go for next? Just more pylons? Okay, I mean, pylons will die quickly. We're going to base trade as Classic is going for the expansion of Creator, while Creator goes for the expansion of Classic. Obviously means that Creator is very close to being able to just shut down production of his opponent. He gets his own Glaives finished up. Well, Creator's obviously not going to have much production himself, maybe ability to warp in a few bits and pieces. The thing is, Classic is better set up in terms of the army that's already out. He just has a little bit more. He got a few more warp-ins off, etc. Creator has money to rebuild a Nexus, but we've been killing most of the probes. Okay, there's some probes over here from Creator too, so he could rebuild. Not sure if Classic has any probes out on the map. He does have, I think, one at the very least bottom left, but he doesn't have money to expand. Uh-oh. That's why this could get very funky and weird. Creator will be able to build something. He's got 400 minerals. Only problem is he would have to do that soon because... Okay, the issue is he can't build anything that isn't a Nexus. And he can't build a Nexus until he knocks this Nexus down so he has the position. Okay, he's going to be fine. It was a little scary because obviously if he loses his structures during that time, that could have been terrifying. But yeah, we've dropped the Nexus down. And now Classic has this awkward situation of he's probably going to have to fight into his opponent. Shuts down everything, does not have the money to do anything else. So Classic has to find a way to fight into his opponent. The only benefit here, I guess, is that you've got Glaives, and so the Adepts will shade into a fight. Creator might have just gotten Classic into a checkmate, though, because this is not going to be a pretty fight for Classic, and he's forced into taking the fight. You can't just let him sit here. Creator has 61 minerals and 6 probes, so he actually has mining available as well. The Observer will confirm that too. So army coming around. Obviously force field sentries available on both sides is going to make this fight a hell of a mess. Classic doesn't have to go right now, but his opponent's going to take a little while to build back up, but he's got to go at some point. Oh, going to threaten the Adept Shade here, cancel. We're actually going to get the elevator up onto the right-hand side. We got to go right now, though. We got to find a way to make this happen without this. Okay, we got a force field to probably buy yourself some time and to give yourself a chance to get Adepts in position here. Oh, we're going to be missing an Immortal from the fight. The Adepts do dive in. The Prism Micro is obviously going to be very important here as well. It's an absolute mess of an engagement. Classic was losing out a little bit more initially, I believe. The Adept numbers are looking good, though, for Classic, but I think he's losing out on Immortal count now. His Immortals are gone, and Classic does not have the supply left over. Creator just having the money available to get the Nexus up in the main base is what wins this game, as Classic has to leave. Only a rowboat left on the map and a Nexus from Creator. Classic had to go. He had to find a way to fight, and Creator, like I say, just getting that Nexus up decides that game where Classic was way better off. Classic was absolutely in the winning position. He didn't see the expansion, then created base trade, and Classic just wasn't ready for the base trade scenario, and Creator was much more prepared. Getting those probes out, a few of them alive, was such a big deal. Yeah, it honestly just came down to the very tiny little bits and pieces as Classic cannot possibly feel good about that one. That is a feels bad game if you've ever seen one for sure. Because you know that this game went better for you. You denied the proxy Stargate, you were ahead on the robo timing, and you faked yourself out. Like, there was a moment where Classic, if he just thought he was going to be fine, he didn't fight because he thought there was no expansion. He thought his opponent was all in, but then there was a base hidden away, and he missed his opportunity to fight in the advantageous moment. Creator taking risks, and risks will reward him here. As now we go to game number 4 with Creator on the verge of playing a grand finals against Dark. We are loading into Alcyone. Top right-hand corner of the map. Our Blue Protoss player now one map away from the grand finals. This is Creator. He's played a great season. He's only lost to DRG in the group stages. Bottom left, our Red Protoss is Classic. I said Classic and Creator played in the groups. I was actually looking at the wrong season of the Korean Royale. That was last season. Classic played Dark in the groups, and they played a ridiculous 40-plus minute game. Creator obviously was in the other group to Classic and Dark. Dark finished first in Group A. Creator finished first in Group B. There's a very real chance that we have the two first-place finishers playing each other in the grand finals. Probes onto the map, of course. Got to be ready for the sneaky trickery of PvP as always. One probe top left from Creator, looking to get a little sneaky. The Dominion, thank you so much for the 2,000 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the WardiTV Korean Royale. Potentially our final season, as this is the end of our funding for the Korean Royale. The last little bits going into it. But it's been a good run. 3 fun seasons of tournaments. It's been a good one. On to other things as our robot facility comes up from Creator proxies in that top left side, so you're going to be seeing our robotics facility coming up from Creator. Classic expanding is not what you want to be doing against the man who's going to be so aggressive against you. Probe chasing probe. Robo coming up. To get rid of one probe over in that corner nice and quickly. Robo facility still coming through. The Nexus still building. And Classic get a defense up against the proxy robo. Immortal is on the way from Creator, who is looking to close this out. Immortal will pop. And the power of this attack is beginning to build as there's a few sentries, but defending the low ground is not really what you want to do. Depth shade up, nothing in position, so now you've got to pull back to deal with the depths as well. Well, they will cancel. Creator's going to favor just having as many units as possible. Immortal showing up, second battery on the low ground, robo building from Classic, but we are an eternity away from anything coming out of that robo that's useful. But maybe we have some time, we will have sentries. Available to force field. Whoa! We catch the Immortal! This is a big deal. If there's a moment to make something happen, this might be it. We use all the force field energy to kill Immortal number 1. It is a trade out. It costs you a lot of Stalkers. Classic has money to warp in. He might just have to. Battery now here. Obviously, this fight happening without the battery is not enough to keep the Stalkers alive. Or is there? It's the wrong battery healing at the moment. Super battery has a few more seconds. Immortal on the way from Classic as he tries to get the defense going. He had an amazing defense early on against Cure. And right now he's holding on here as well. For the moment, Immortal over halfway done. We'll have to come down to the low ground also. Batteries, obviously super battery on cooldown, but Stalker count is growing, and because it's at depths, they are not able to get as much damage done as the Stalkers are. Oh, Prism is what we try and dive on there. You get rid of the Prism, you get rid of the micro potential, so it's not a bad thing to dive on. We don't lose much in the process. Battery comes down, deflects the Adept Shade. I thought he was going to get the Prism there as it was sieged up and immobile. Didn't quite get on top of it in time, though. I love how aggressive Classic is being known. He can kind of do that. Does not get punished by the force fields. He gets around the sides. He does not get punished at all. Prism gets one more warp in off his creator. Is quickly looking to be not in a good enough spot here, as we are going to load the Prism up with an Immortal and a couple of the Sentries, so they're going to go elsewhere. We're moving into the main base already. Those 2 Immortals here, so this is not going to go well either. The Prism is just going to go for the warp in as the Adepts are going to shade, so we're just going to commit to this. Super battery available in the main base, though. Having a battery here already was huge, as we do keep one Immortal alive for a long time as Classic looks for the defense. He's going to go for the Prism. He needs to stop the micro. You need to stop these Immortals from getting away repeatedly, and he's going to now take down 1. He's going to take down 2. It's only Adepts left over. It's good enough from Classic. He defends. His defense has been so good today, and it's going to do it for him again here as we're going to go to Game 5 of this PvP semi-final. The spot in the Grand Finals against Dog is absolutely still up for grabs as we go the distance to Game number 5. All right, this is a hell of a series. These guys playing some serious StarCraft 2. Obviously, you're doubling your prize money with a victory on this series, and then the chance to double again with a win in the finals, so a lot on the line. None of these players have been in the finals of a Korean Royale before. Let's see what happens. Again, Dark waiting patiently for his Protoss opponent. He is known for a while. He'll be playing ZVP. Players just came out of the replay they were checking out, so we'll get this hosted. Players are ready. They're very ready to get into this. No messing around from them. Everyone's in here. It's waiting for Classic to start to Protoss. We are good. Let's go into map 5 of Classic versus Creator of the semi-final. Final map of our series. Let's go into this. Crimson Court. In the top right-hand corner of the map, our blue Protoss player took the lead in this series with that crazy base trade scenario. Bond ended with his own proxy robo. This is Creator. Bottom left, our red Protoss is Classic. Alright, probe is on the way up. Gateway in the simulator getting going. Crimson Court as our map. Hell of a map to end it all on. As one of these two gets to go on to play against Dark in that grand final. 2 gateways each for the moment. Both probes are in the main bases of their opponents. Nobody is putting a proxy down here in this game 5, so no proxies. Or anything of the sort. Another probe chasing another probe. Stalkers are building. Continue to bring those through. And what gate's coming up? Our pylon's on the way. And nothing else just yet. Just a couple of those stalkers coming up for the moment. Sentries against the Stargate, so tech choices are different here. Classic going to prefer those sentries to kind of give him info and then use force fields later on in the game. Classic preferring just to get the Stargate down. That's his choice. Stalkers will finish off that pylon. Cyclone's still coming up. No Maru. No, Maru didn't play this season with Green Royale. He said he just had. He was going to China for Stars War and then Dallas as well. GSL was also still going on, so he declined, which is very understandable. It's been a busy period in the StarCraft 2 schedule. Oh, a couple of Stalkers just out from Creator, who's now going to get himself Oracle 1 and Oracle 2 building. Classic just moves straight into the Twilight Council as well. So just trying to move on with that tech, get into that next stage, and go from there. Oracle activates, one probe goes down. And our Nexus, our probe, our Twilight Council, all that continue to build up here. Oracle still moving over. So the Stalker just warps in, Stalker Sentry gathering on the natural, the Oracle still moving over. Not really allowed anything to be done just yet. Obviously, Blink on the way on both sides. Classic starts a pylon. So Classic maybe again on the aggressive side of this. Obviously, his army supply is a little ahead, but you'll also have more Stalkers because he didn't waste time building 2 Oracles. Revelation comes in. Hallucination tracking the Oracles, and one Oracle peels around to actually get into the main base for a scout. But the Stalker's there as well, so the defense all around from Classic is spot on. I gotta say, after that first Widowmine disaster against Cure today, the general defense of Classic has been pretty amazing. He's been very, very good. And Noose Baby, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for all the work you do in the SCG scene. Thank you so much for supporting it. Appreciate it. Stalkers, sentries moving forward, gonna come up here and sit out the front. Hallucination still tackling the Oracle a couple of times over. Blink coming on both sides. Battery building, assimilator building. Uh-oh, Gateway is going to be seen, I believe. So now Classic's warp-in point is going to be somewhat... Oh no, did you not see it? No, Creator does see it, so he knows that that warp-in point is there. They are going to get a warp-in. Those Stalkers, no, they blink into the Stasis Ward. That's one of the worst things you can have happen here is Classic. You're going to be heavily outnumbered, and now your own sentries are going to be chased. Your force fielding, but Blink's about to be done from Creator. What a way to lose all momentum as that Stasis Ward came up just in the nick of time. And Classic, his run might end here. He's been to the semifinals once in the Korean Royale. It ended there in a 3-2 against Maru. He actually gets an okay-ish fight on the back of this. Blinking forwards will be able to get the warping in Stalker as well. The Oracles will activate. Classic still looking better than expected, but the Super Battery coming up is a big deal. Losing a lot of the initial time in which you were meant to have the advantage here is obviously massive. You know, you were meant to initially fight this before Blink was ready from your opponent. So, timing window definitely kind of closing in on you. Super Battery fades though, and still more Stalkers still showing up. Do we have enough to one-shot here? Well, that battery is about to be out of energy anyway, so maybe we can get some more done. Continue to target fire the further back Stalkers, the ones that have already blinked to guarantee some of the kills. A Zealot there, kind of tanking another Zealot, so that's going on as well as we continue to break through. Here's Classic. Warp in gets denied. There's still a Zealot and a couple of probes just chasing these Stalkers around. We have another Stalker topside getting taken out. More probes still being pulled into this as Classic is down so many workers. He does not have a third base, so he's desperate to win the game off of this, but you can see that winning the game off of this does not seem too likely. He might get the other Oracle or so. He's still trying to find Stalkers. His numbers are falling, and Creator is booking himself a slot into the grand finals, it would seem. The Stasis Ward saves Creator from failure, and Classic is doomed now, it would seem. As our Phelon goes down, the gateway is going to be falling. I think it's fair to say that Classic still made a great effort of it, but I mean, he's just so far behind from here. He's going to try and take the forward Rich Vespine base, but look at what Korea's doing. Just Forge, Robo Facility, establishing control of this game and making the most of his advantage. So he is going to start running with this, and that's going to be very, very tough. Stalkers gathering on the right. We do see the little fight going on. Pylon going to take some shots. Probes are going to come through. Probes going down immediately. Stalker still chasing. One Stalker going down. That'll get picked off as well. A couple of probes still being cleaned out. 5, 6 workers dropping. Okay, Classic. Making plays, man. I mean, he's up against a 4th base expanding in, but look, if you got to try and do something, I love this as well. He realizes every unit matters so much, so he'll just recall on the mistake, blink in there, not finding anything. Classic is going to try and give himself a chance, and that's all you can really ask for, right? That's all you can really do. It ain't over until GG is called at the end of the day. Stalkers fighting. The Stalkers and the Oracle getting chased back a little bit. Charge coming up, +1 attack coming up. Temple Archives coming through. Would Creator or Classic have a better chance for this Dark? I'd personally pick Classic, but I think Dark would be favored against both. Classic and Dark played a great game during the group stages. It was a 40-minute banger, and it's actually a very good PvZ as well. Prism moving toward the main base. Stalker's going after that Rich Vespine. So Stalker's warping in, gonna blink. Prism gonna get pushed back. Right now, Classic defends. Down an upgrade, catching up, but we're behind on the +2 as well. Prism still getting chased away. Stalkers, an Immortal, some Zealots all fighting. We do see a few more Warpins coming in on the side of Creator. Year 30 supply ahead. And as our Zealots wanting to kind of move on through, and Archon morphing in. Stalkers still fighting. We get pushed back a little bit. So Zealots still building up here. +2 attack coming up. You do see the few units going to start charging forwards. We have an Omni's Creator trying to hang tight on that left side ram. He's still pushing forward. Creator just has so much stuff, and he's absolutely right to keep on pressuring and looking to take advantage. And he's still doing it back at home as well. Robobay is on the way from him. He's given himself the chance to build into Disruptors. Obviously with Disruptors, he would be able to do very, very well for himself. Still fighting Immortals, taking some shots. We turn back around with these Immortals. Continue to deal some damage here. Super Battery activates, and Bringing those Immortals back up to good HP. A couple of additional Stalkers warping in from Creator. The Disruptor popping out. +3 attack is on the way. I mean, Classic just has to hold and hope, but the problem is, again, with stuff like Disruptors, you're getting into a worse and worse place, right? Like, it's going to be harder and harder for you to really just stay in the game, and that's the access that Creator's created for himself. He's done all of these things behind this that are absolutely correct. The only thing I guess I'd like to see is maybe his own 5th base. He's got the money kind of banked up. Well, let's see what we do here. We blink forward. The Disruptor actually connected right on the 2 Immortals in the back. I was watching the Disruptor see if it dies. I didn't see if it actually went off, but I think it just went off before it died. As we do see, Zeld's now hitting elsewhere. Rich Vespine Gas still not allowed to be mined. Classic struggling to stay in this game, and yet it's the only thing he can really do. Hope his opponent overcommits in. Hope his opponent makes a bad play and take advantage of that at some moment. But again, right now, all you can do is kind of stand here and, well, I guess kill a lot of Stalkers. One Immortal finally went down for all those Stalkers that invested themselves there. We're actually warping more Stalkers in, so not the prettiest fight from Creator as Classic is going to see this army actually in full force moving over to the right side. Classic kind of wanted to come in from the other direction. Super Battery's just about in reach, but there's not enough units here. Classic's army getting jumped on in halves. As now he's going to have to come through a choke to kind of get back in position. He just about gets there, but now Creator is probably going to swing around and potentially move up the ramp into that forward base. Well, Classic is going to get a few shots off. Archon's pulling their weight at the moment, but again, it's just a question of numbers, and numbers are still absolutely in Creator's favor, up about 30 army supply. And now Classic defending in a very awkward spot where if anything moves up the ramp to his forward position, he will probably take serious damage there and have to evacuate that location. So he does have the better concave here, creating a better trade, but he's about to be down an upgrade once more, and that's something else that Creator can take advantage of. So let's dive through. Pylon will go down. Second Pylon in some trouble shortly. The Stalkers blink up. Couple of Zealots full. The army supply down. Classic still trying to make a hold here. That Disruptor is going to get it shot off so it does not get denied before it connects. Now the Disruptor dies, so you could argue maybe it wasn't the best Disruptor of all time, but Creator doesn't even need best Disruptors of all time. Any Disruptor shots are good. Prism's going to fall. Micro Potential is being lost. Immortals are getting in reach from Creator as well, as Classic Zealot numbers are kind of waning. As we do just need a couple more movements, and it looks as though Creator will finally seal the deal and put himself into the grand finals. It's kind of been inevitable to some extent. Classic has done his absolute utmost to survive this, but this game was really decided when Classic attacked that third and blinked onto that stasis ward. Team Wazard's warping in, +1 armor still coming up. Additional Stalkers coming through. Disruptor lands on an Archon. Again, we're just losing tech units here. Classic will fight valiantly. This is an important match. Finals doubles your prize money. Chance to double it again playing against Dark. But it does look like Creator is going to live up to his name of first place from Group B. And he's going to get to fight the first place from Group A in the grand finals. Immortals move up. Disruptor shot is going to come in, clean out some Zealots. Surely this is the Massa units. It's just going to be a little too much. Classic, GG's, and Creator is going to get himself into the grand finals of the WardiTV Korean Royale against Dark. So Dark, Creator, best of 7 is going to be coming up for us here. I don't think Classic was super happy about that, because I feel like he thinks he played probably a somewhat better game. Because I think at Game 4 he looks back and he's like, man... Well, at Game 3, he's like, man, how did that base trade go so wrong? So some things to look at there. GG's. And Creator gets to go through to the grand finals as he just left the party. So we'll try and get him back. I went to look at the replay. Okay, so Creator's going to look at the replay for a second. Cool. So Creator's going to take a few minutes break, guys. We'll take a couple minutes as well. Come back and we will go into our PvZ Grand Final of Dark Creator coming up in the WardiTV Korean Royale Season 3. I'll see you guys in just a few. Just waiting on players here, guys, to get grand finals underway. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Grape Dactyl for the 10-month resub, by the way, as well. Thanks for the support. Don't think I mentioned that one at the end of the PvP. As we're just waiting for Creator. He is BRB a few moments. Then we'll get our finals up and running. Alright, Creator's ready. So we can get our videos underway in just a sec. Creator's actually the highest seed coming into this because he had a better map score in the group stage than Doc. 3-4. Creator really rocked his group. A group that Hero and Beyond did not advance out of, by the way. Crazy. I'm gonna invite Creator to the party so we can get these videos started. He just said he was ready, and now he's not replying. Beautiful. Alright. He's here. A video each, and then we're into this best of 7. Again, I hope everyone's having a great day or a wonderful weekend. Thank you for joining us here for some StarCraft and the Korean Royale. As we get Creator Dark underway for one final series of this tournament series. Dark, second place to Maru last season. Can he get it done over Creator today for the $2,000 first place prize? We'll find out soon. What do I think about PvT late game? That really depends on what kind of PvT late game it is. Creator versus Dark, guys. Ghost River are going to be our opening map of the series. Creator vetoed Post Youth, Dark vetoes Dynasty. So Ghost River will be where we begin. Second map will be Alcyone, so Ghost River, Alcyone. And for the rest of the maps to be picked up here, and we can go. Third map, Golden Aura. Fourth map, I don't know, Side Delta maybe? We'll see what Doc picks here in just a sec. And for Doc to give us map 4, Crimson Court. Fifth map will be between Side Delta, Oceanborn, and Another. I can't remember which. It's gonna be Side Delta. 6 map. Oceanborn or the other one. What was the other map, guys? What map am I missing? 6 map. Oceanborn 7 map. Got Crimson, Golden Aura, Alcyone, Side Delta. Amphion. I always forget about Amphion, actually. Alright. Let's get this going. If our players are ready, we can kick off into our grand finals of the WardiTV Korean Royale right here. Let's see if we are good to go. We are waiting for the confirmation that we are. Dark is ready, waiting for Creator to be ready. There we go, we've got it. Alright. Creator and Dark in the grand finals today. Creator on his brand new team Blacklist. Alright. Dark, of course, on Talon. Dark, who's champion of the WardiTV 2023 championship as well back in January. That was the last big event we ran. Dark kind of just looking to go back to back in WardiTV events. As in the top right corner of the map. Our Blue Protoss player entering this best of 7 probably as a little bit of an underdog. Let's see if he can surprise us. It is Creator here on Ghost River, his own map pick to start the series. Top left-hand side, the red Zerg from Talon. We have Dark. Final match of the 3rd season of the WardiTV Korean Royale. Dark was runner-up, semifinals runner-up, and now maybe looking for his championship. Creator in these events is the best run he has had by a margin. Couple drones are popping out, hatchery and the extractor coming up. Nothing too wild to get the first few moments going. Hatch gas and cool all underways. Get ourselves a Nexus building on the side of Creators. You get that up and going as well. Put sideboard down. Simulator coming up. Again, a couple of drones, the hatch, the pool, everything on the way in for the moment. Also getting our pylon underway as spawning pool does complete. The drone's going to keep on mining. That Stalker just kind of boosting up on the gateway. Again, we get ourselves a few more Lings coming about. The Queen's on the way through. The Ling speed building as well at the moment. So just continue to bring that around for now. Ling speed still on the way about. Again, a couple of drones and the Queen's all coming through. Get our Stalker coming about here, and the Overlord will begin to take some damage. Obviously, Creator not opening how you might expect a lot of these PVZs to go, which is with a Stargate. This one is going to be Twilight Council into the Robo Facility. So we're already seeing him kind of taking a more aggressive route here for Game 1 of this final. Getting that set up. Feelings coming across from Dark. Obviously, information is something he will want to gather throughout, so he'll do his best to be able to do that. There's the feelings. Moving across over to the left-hand side. Away they go. And Ling Speed finishing in a second. Now, Glaive's already starting up, so can Creator be successful on this attack? We are going to be seeing him go to 4 gateways, so good old 4-gate Glaives for Creator. Roachron starting from Dark, though, and he is going to have that in time to get units up defensively against the Glaive Adept, so I feel like so far Dark is making the correct calls and the correct choices. Obviously, execution of this defense still goes a long way, though. That's going to be our next question mark to see how that goes as our President Glaives comes up. The Prism continues through. Feeling's peeling away to the side. Now going to go approach the natural. Adepts gather. Prism going to be overhead. We are going to warp in. An additional round of units here, so the Adepts warp in, but 9 Roaches already popping out. That's shade about. The Roach and the Queen going to be there. Adepts going to go over Lings, Roaches. Queen's going to get a bit of a grab. The Adepts will take some shots. 4 or 5 drones already dropping. 6 drones dead at the moment. Got the Lings and the Roach coming back over. The Adepts get chased away. 14 more Lings producing. The Immortal in production. I mean, this was not bad for Creator considering it felt like Dark was prepared. Dark losing a chunk of drones like that is going to worsen his situation. Now he's still just building purely units. This is a short map, which means that the counterattack at Dark has a very deadly potential. Right now, these Adepts get caught. One goes down immediately. We'll get some damage on the others. Yeah, like I say, it's a short map and Dark's building nothing but units, so at some point he's going to pull the trigger and just say, let's go for this. The Adepts will not commit just here. Now, you know, Roach Ravage is already moving across the other side. I'm sure the Lings will follow in due course, as I'm not believing that Creator's third is going to be able to actually come online at all. Again, a few Lings dealing with the Prism play, but I mean, I guess Reinforcements can handle that now. There is one Immortal up. First battery on this third is not ready yet. Lings are going to come in from the left side while Roach Ravager comes in from the south. Not even going to be in range of that first battery. Second battery won't even get to build the surround. Oh, the Immortal gets pushed out the way of the Bile, but it doesn't matter anyways. It's fully surrounded and Creator is just too heavily shut down. He kills 7 drones again, but he has to survive right here, and that is not happening as we break into the natural. Lings, Ravages, and all sorts come through as we start to fight against these probes. An Immortal on the ramp is looking to be very useful, but that's really the only good thing right now is our Corrosive Valves will get rid of that pylon. Gateways being depowered, less and less warp-ins available. The Immortal getting jumped on by a massive Ravages. Fortunately, a Prism shows back up, but now we're going to lose the pylon powering the Robo and the 2 final gateways. Okay, still 1 gateway pylon powered up on the low ground, but obviously we're killing off the entirety of this main base, and this should feel as though Dark can get this done right here. I mean, a little bit of Prism Micro to make it a bit more complicated, but like we say, it's not looking pretty if your name's Creator. And Dark is going to have way too much here in this game 1. There's 5 probes remain. Dark only has 20 workers left, to be fair. Those Adepts did work on the other side over the course of time, but Dark just a little bit too good here. And he opens this series with a 1-0 lead. Comfortable start from Dark to get himself 10-2 an advantage nice and early on in this grand final. Game 2 coming up in just a sec. Accidentally clicked something, now my StarCraft is reloading. Classic, as our second map will be Alcyone for Dog to try and extend his lead. Now on his own map pick, that was Creator's map pick. I went wrong. But now Alcyone for Dog to take his map pick and go with it. Dum 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 dum. Alright, kick this off in a moment. Missing a caster, there they are. Everyone's already set in the party, so we can kick off as soon as possible. Game 2, Dark with a 1-0 lead, and Creator looking to catch up. Whereas Hero got knocked out in the group stages. Didn't even make it to playoffs. Creator was the Protoss to dominate Group B. There's actually a lot of Zergs that came through in the end as well. Alrighty. In the bottom left, our Blue Protoss player, we have Creator. Down a game in our best of 7 against the Red Zerg, a legend of StarCraft 2, Dark. Alright, couple drones coming through. Pylon is coming up. We got a probe and a gateway coming around. And those will get settled in for the moment. So hatch gas, soon to be a pool. Probe does not block the hatchery, so it does go down on the natural location. Probe moving about, seeing what's up. Let's just see our extractor finishing on the side. Nexus in the Cyber Core is coming up for the moment. Just have, again, this probe really is the point of interest, otherwise it's just overlords moving about. And will Creator go Stargate this game? That's kind of the expectation, that's kind of what you would assume. And Stargate will be the opening. Twilight definitely didn't work. Typically you don't do the same thing twice, especially when it works so badly the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if throughout the best of 7, Creator maybe goes for a non-Stargate build a second time, but I feel like right now we need to open Stargate and feel out the idea of what does a more macro-focused game, a more normal game feel like, what sort of position can you get into. Figure that out, because otherwise you don't want to be kind of 2-0 down or something then being like, well, is it worth trying to play Stargate? I mean, at that point probably yes it would have been if you hadn't tried it at all, because Stargate is so normal, but I like this. Try it, you know, game 1 go Glaives, game 2 go Stargate. Like I say, get some kind of scouting for the series done for yourself. Figure out what Dark's looking good at games, figure out if he's particularly not defending Oracles well today or something, you know. Those things are things you can pick up on throughout the course of a game as a queen. Gets there, Adept gets turned around, a couple of Lings still chasing, and Adept is going to run out of here up into the main. Just shading to scout, obviously looking for some info. Nothing too major just yet. Queen fights back, that Adept takes a few shots of damage, Ling's coming over. Ling speed still coming through. Obviously that Ling speed will help to deal with these Adepts a little bit better, although he will still need the Queens because the Lings won't be in good enough numbers to get full wraparounds or anything just yet, but if you do need to chase those Adepts down, whoa, then it will be better off for you as you miss control there a little bit, but we will get 3 drones in the end, so not too bad. 3 workers do go down. And that will be that. Defense made. Well, a few more drones coming up. Queens as well, as we actually have these Queens whacking away at the Oracle. Well, drones going down. There's now 5 workers killed, so definitely not a bad start from Creator. And a little bit more done than he would have otherwise. Eight drones in production, spores all building. Third Nexus will go down, Queens. Pushing the Oracle back. Adept's going to be there. Lings get turned around again. Another couple of Adepts showing up for the moment as well. Facility and Forge, very typical follow-up, no surprises still. At this point in time. This thing is still gathered up. As our lair is beginning. about halfway through here. A couple of drones still building on in. The Evo chamber coming online. Mobile facility and Nexus building as our +1 attack upgrade comes up on the Forge as well. And now the Twilight Council. So kind of later on the Twilight. It's not going to have a super fast blink. I would kind of imagine that this wouldn't be blink at all then. More likely charge. Because if you're going to go blink, that's a very late timing to have blink at, basically. So +1 missiles coming through. The hydrogen is building. A couple of extractors and creep teamers all coming about. As that Twilight Council will be finishing up shortly from Creator, so we will see if he wants to go into blink or if he'll just go straight to charge. He has the gas to do what he wants. Starting an observer off the Robo. In fact, his banked up money here is fairly significant, but he is just going to go charge, which is one of the cheaper options, so we'll still have a bit of gas banked. Temple Archives with this. That's where the gas is going to go eventually, just morph in a bunch of High Templar. They are a massive gas dump. A Zealots are a mineral dump, High Templar are a gas dump. And so that will be where this game goes to for now. As the couple queens get here again, Oracles will again take some shots. Some hits being pushed around, Lings. Back onto some rocks, opening up areas of this map. Just getting back on that. Prism coming up, +1 attack and charge on the way through. Robo Facility and Temple Archives coming in. The Robo Bay is also coming about as we get rid of a couple more creep tumors. Doc just opening the map though with those rocks going down, and looking at his economy, 70 drones ain't bad, but he is not going beyond that it seems, so I wonder if he's looking towards something of a time when his speed upgrades finish for both Hydras and Roaches. Maybe then he could just send it. Maybe that will be his plan. And maybe even before then he's going to come over and start working on these rocks. Hallucination. We'll see this, and we do not take the time to knock the hallucination down. Dark not realizing it's there, I imagine. Another round of rocks opened up. More Roach Hydra can open up another round of rocks. Potential to make some moves. Ling Hydra, we're going to get some damage done. Now going to start making our way to our top side. Well, sitting between the bases is annoying. Now Craig's got to find a way to kind of fight up a ramp into this location. Disruptor's popping out though, and I've got to love Disruptor's part of his defense, but not if they run too far forward. That one's going to be very exposed. That's dead. No battery to save it. It's just a little bit too far back as Dark getting caught in stasis wards up north. It looks though he might commit on this position. No, he kind of likes it. Stasis again is going to go off. It's another one popped. I feel like Craig's defense is looking alright. I mean, those stasis wards are definitely doing their part of the job, putting in the work. Obviously, Dark can't break onto the natural there with that wall off. We'll get a few units out of stasis right here and may try and do something more with this attack now. Obviously, Creator needs to collapse in from this bottom side if he wants to kind of deal with this. He needs to sandwich portion of this army. He'll start to do so now, but a lot of the tech units already going down. Disruptor shot at least is good. Get some Hydras. As Oracles, though, fly into this through the Hydras as well. Decent Disruptor shot, gotta be said, is Dark. Obviously, later in this game, if he got up to Hive, that would be incredible for some Vipers. That would be the one thing that would really improve this army right now, but Hive's a long way off because he doesn't really need it. He's committed to attacking here and now, and he has made it work. Some good positioning from Dark, put him in a good place. And it looks as though Dark is going to be getting toward a 2-0 lead in this final as Creator is struggling to stand on his own 2 feet during the early stages and portions of this game. Hydra wraps around. GG is gold. Creator is out of here. And that is going to be that. Dark is going to be on a 2-0 lead this grand final, starting to get away from Creator. He's going to have to start turning this around ASAP because a 3-0 deficit against Dark feels almost impossible to come back from. Dark 2 maps away from a WardiTV championship today in the Korean Royale Season 3. Golden Aura up next, another Creator map pick. So maybe that can do something to stabilize Creator's hope in this series. Boy, does he need it. Especially because Dark is just hitting him with timings and he's kind of like I say, crumbling so far. Waiting for Let's join us. All right. Players just need a minute or so here, guys. We'll give them a moment. And on up, Beyond, thank you so much. 22-month resub. Thank you for supporting our tournament today and the stream. If you guys are enjoying these events, cannot happen without you, so do consider supporting. It goes a long way to helping us out. Alright, players are ready. So let's get this back on track. Going into Golden Aura. The setup. Ready, go, go. GG's. Let's go into game number 3. Dark is up 2-0 in the grand finals of the WardiTV Korean Royale Season 3. Let's go on. Alright, let's kick this off, guys. Let's go into Golden Aura. As we have down in the bottom right corner, our blue Protoss player. This is Creator. Down 2 in this best of 7 as he is up against Dark, who is 2 maps away from winning this event. Both players got first place in their groups. Creator only lost to DRG on the way, took out a lot of strong players to get top of the group, including Hero, Björn. He had Solar in his group? Yeah, Solar as well. He took down Raynor also. So Creator had a great run in the group stage. Dark, obviously, great run as well. Dark's only loss was his very first match of the tournament against Shin. 1-2 loss. Won everything since then. Finished first in his group. Got revenge on Shin with the 3-1 yesterday in the semifinals. After Shin took down DRG and Raynor in back-to-back 5-game series. Obviously, Creator came in today, knocked down Classic in a 5-game series, who'd knocked down Cure. Today's games have been great. If you missed any of them, VOD is available on YouTube immediately because we're live streaming over there as well. As our gate comes up, and we get going on Golden Aura. Definitely one of the more Protoss-y maps, a little bit more defendable of a map in general, so see how this all pans out. Catch gas. Spawn and pool, all on the way in. And we have our first couple of minutes being as peaceful as you expect the first couple of minutes to be. These kind of scenarios, so no surprises being thrown out there immediately. Our probe comes down, a couple drones are moving about. We have ourselves the lane speed and extra lanes all producing as well. Probe still just patrols back and forth. A couple lings come over. He's going to take position here for a few moments as well. As you do have, again, link speed, the drones, all of that coming up. The hatchery also in production currently. Our Stargate is going to be finishing in a couple seconds. Get that Stargate done. Again, adept, a couple probes, the warp gate, all of that coming by. Still got that link speed in production here as well from docks. Just getting that link speed out and about. Things already just kind of being a little bit annoying. We actually have, with more lings on the way up, we're getting about 12 or so here. Now obviously going to be dealing with adepts on the other side. Those 2 drones have gone down, but yeah, these lings finally cleaned up. And the adepts just got cleaned up as well, or shaded out. One adept dead, the other one still alive, being dealt with by a queen, is going to shade again. And again, these lings eventually are going to hunt it down perhaps, but taking a little while to get that done. We got the surround there finally, and so that adept will fall, so full cleanup happens at the end of the day. It just took a little while for it all to happen. Two queens, 9 drones in production. Going to be seeing a couple spores continuing up. And get those queens on the way out, bringing all of that through. Queens will get there. Oracle gets pushed back. Second Oracle on the way. Spores still building here for now. As we get ourselves established. Things still on the move about. Twilight Council and Forge coming up as well currently. Still moving about. A couple oracles overhead this way. Creator can absolutely kind of establish some control of the game, right? Being able to kind of come through, being able to kind of get some drones and just start controlling the economy, some troop spread. It's kind of what Creator needs. If you're going to win a game against Dark, get into it early, right? Like, get yourself in a good position early on. Put yourself in a great spot to begin with. There's so much for you. I see a few drones going down. We do have ourselves then, like I say, some of this damage being done. Try to get a decent setup to begin with. Six drones now dead as we add one more to that number. It's now 9 in total in the game, so kind of fairly serious amount of damage done. The oracles continue to add on. They are a little bit stuck in that top left corner as the blink and the +1 comes in. So playing blink. There's obviously a bit of a difference to what we've seen so far. We've seen Glaives, we've seen a Stargate into charge. Now we're getting blink here for game 3. Missile missiles and roach speed still coming about. Our stalkers coming through. A couple creep teamers begin to go down. We knock our way forwards. Nexus sets up on the 4th base as well, so we get that also on the go as these queens will take some shots. Stalkers pushing forward. Oh, we're actually going to break through. The queens keep on dying. A couple of Ravager bars when we blink away from that. 9 Hydras, 12 Lings all building through our Stalkers. Still coming to the front, there is going to be a couple of Baals coming down once more. Oracle Stasis Wards to the right-hand side. We will still see the Robo Bay facility gateways all building up here. Stalker's still sitting on the left. Doc choosing to play the Ling Hydra comp at the moment, so continuing forwards into that. And just 66 drones. Doc being aggressive is not sat around looking to play long late games apparently. He seems to know that he can get the job done with aggression. He did so in the first 2 games. Looking forward in game 3 now, as we do have the Blink Stalks moving about. Love the Blink back to the left, gets rid of some of the Lings as they try and move forward. A lot of freebies given up from Doc so far. This is looking fairly unsuccessful already. I mean, obviously this is coming off of a weak opening from Doc as well. He is now building an infestation pit, so he's looking for a backup plan. Disruptors show up, and I think Doc just has to leave. Definitely committed here and does not get much done, so Creator gets a defense, and now Dark has to look towards the future. Hive, Evo Chamber, Lurker Den, so he's going to try and switch it up, but he definitely wanted more out of this push, otherwise he would have been attacking much sooner and would have probably just saturated the 4th base a bit more heavily as well. Obviously without doing that, makes this a little bit awkward. Well, Stalkers are going to come on offense and try and find a little bit of something, see if they can get some damage done. Just trying to make some plays. Coming with some of the creep spread is Doc not able to take advantage. He is going to run a bunch of Lings over to the right-hand side. Try and see if there's some opportunities over there. So far the answer is that there is not. More Vipers coming about, the Queen's on the way, 7 additional drones in production also. Five Lurkers building up here, 3 Vipers coming through, Adrenal Glands on the way with that melee upgrade, and a Lurker, Seismic Spine's coming up. Stalker's still set in the center, and again we have our Storm, Extended Thermal Lance, +3 attack. All of that continuing to come through. The couple Zealots going after some drones. 2 Workers going down already. Type is consuming. We get the rest of these Lurkers coming out the right. Abduct in, Prism goes down. As our army comes back around, again, gas cells and Overlord picked off. For the moment. Stalker's still moving about. Adrenal Glands coming up, Burrow on the way. We get ourselves that adaptive talent so we can move Lurkers around more easily. Obviously, Lurkers can definitely be a problem for the Protoss. Stalkers moving up here, Lurkers do well. Chase those Stalkers away quite quickly, actually. And actually, this is a good fight from Dark. He's continuing to get a jump on a lot of these Stalkers. I was going to say, we're desperate for another blink away, and we finally got one, but it took a little while. Stalker's going to go pinging. Overlord takes some damage. You're going to see this drop in a moment. Mothership coming flying overhead. Stalker's still back out the right side. And +3 missiles, Carapace, all coming up. The Bane Nest is on the way in with the Nidus Network. Just for now. Bringing that into play. Oh, Protoss Force in the bottom side is chilling. As you get our Mothership here. Much later scenario kind of building up. Obviously still lurker focus from Dark though, not like a super late game setup from him. Let's get ourselves a chunk of spines. Up across the top, hatchery in the upper right hand corner. The speed is building up, +3 missiles, +2 carapace, all underway. Stalkers of Creator would love to just get rid of the top right base. That would actually bring Dark down to 5 bases, and Creator would take a base lead essentially, especially if this okay, he's just started this one as well. But yeah, generally Creator is, keeping the expansion advantage, and this is just, kind of the repercussions of Dark being pretty committed early, and then not being able to do much off that commitment. We'll see some answers from that as Disruptor Shot fires. Hydras and Lurkers go down. Let's see the lanes and the roaches still coming across. Stalker's being chased. Now our Cannon is pushed back a little bit over there as well. As you see a few more lanes and roaches still coming through. Lurkers will continue to go onto the cannons. There's one more going down. Nexus now taking some damage as well. Cannon's going to get rid of one of the lurkers here as Hydra's come down. It's going to take position, so Dog attacking one way, and Creator just says, cool, base trade time. I think it's one of the best things you can do against is just base trade when Dog wants to play the lurkers. It's so funny. Dog beat Creator a bunch of times in the past 2 to 3 years where Creator was in a great position and Dog was like, nope, not fighting that, base trade. This is absolutely the other way around, so the alternative is our Nexus in the bottom side goes down. A couple of DTs in the left are going to go swinging at the hatchery as well. Just going to see the abduct in. Mothership will fall. Dog definitely seems to take an okay fight here. However, I don't think he's got too much going for himself on the other side. His lurkers are going to try and jump on top of this army. The Templar is going to go down. Disruptor will land though for one lurker, and the other couple getting whacked down a little bit as well. Build base denied bottom left. A few Banelings just crashing for static defense. Not too much else you're going to get out of that one. Yeah, +2 melee coming up. A Hydra's on the way. Carrier still coming up. The Mothership building as well. Obviously more carriers should force Dark into a later stage of this game. Is Dark getting to a later stage of this game? Not really. He kind of needs to start a Spider up if he wants to fight any reasonable amount of carriers. So it looks as though Creator might be on his way to bringing this series to at least not a 4-0 sweep. It'll be nice to see that guaranteed here in Game 3. Do you feel like Dog has a 3-0 and we're basically giving himself the trophy, giving him the trophy already? Two Banes were caught in a stasis. Dog with a dive down the left side. Lurkers are scary, but they're way less scary when you've got a bunch of carriers to help you fight them. Creator playing the defensive aspects of this map very well so far. As we are going to see Disrupted down from the right-hand side. Lands on a couple of lurkers, abduct on the first carrier. Super battery active, and the carrier getting brought back up. Interceptors are still flying through. This is an easy fight for Creator as Dog's army's getting crushed. The Hydras aren't meant to be underground. You guys aren't lurkers. As we chase away, a whole bunch of additional tech being just knocked on down, and Creator looking to get to a 1-2 scoreline in this best of 7, keeping this going. Army comes up the left. We're going to have a group spread. She's going to get knocked away out as we blink on forwards. Our lurkers are going to get caught morphing. Well, they're going to finish and burrow, and they are going to delete the stalkers at the very least. It's the carriers that are the issue. I just don't think there's anything that begins to kill carriers here. 3 Vipers on the way, as we just lost a bunch of them. Obviously, if you could abduct a few of the correct carriers in, and those Hydras could get nabbed at. See this army still pushing over the left-hand side. But the Hydra goes down. Creator just has enough, and he will take his first map of this series, of this grand final. Ain't that exciting, as Creator goes 1-2 now against Dark. All right, Creator fighting back, giving us a guaranteed battle in this grand final for the moment. Fourth map going to be Crimson Court. As Dark will look to re-establish a two-map lead in this series. Creator will look to tie it all up. And thank you so much for tuning in, guys, to our Korean Royale Finals. If you're enjoying the tournament, do consider supporting by following, subscribing, cheering, donating, etc. It all goes a long way. It's all appreciated. Helps us to run more of these events, as we have got our players into the game. Saying nobody at all, actually. Ready and go goes. And we can kick off into game number 4. Dark and Creator. Keeping the action going. Bam bam badam bam 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 badam dum 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 da dum dum. Let's go. In the top right-hand corner, our blue Protoss player here is Creator. Taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left. This is Dark. Well, Dark definitely, again, a bit of a rough start, losing some workers, and then with the defensive kind of layout of Golden Aura, not able to make an attack work. He got to the Lurkers, and the Lurkers are always scary, but his opponent really responded well. He's obviously opened a mix of openings. As I said in the last game, he's done Glaives, Charge, and Blink. Obviously, the Charge and Blink came off the back of a Stargate, but generally has been kind of doing a whole bunch of different openings, which has been fun to see. Having ourselves the early game build-up then, just going along as expected. Just with the one probe across the map, and otherwise we'll wait for his Cybercore to finish. That will really give us a better idea of what the plan will be on the side of Creator, what sort of tech he's actually going to drop on into. Tagged, thank you so much for the 48-month, 4-year resub. Appreciate it, mates. There's a couple of things going to go for the probe. 48 is the smallest number with exactly 10 devices, and the first model of 12 not to be a sum of twin primes. And then a whole lot more. Thank you so much for the 48-month resub. I'm just reading the rest of it, not out loud, because I feel like there's too many words I'm not going to get right today. 48 OP. Interesting number, huh? Who knew? Robotic Council and Robotics Facility, both buildings, so we're back to going no Stargate here from Creator. This is a Dark map pick, so going Twilight on it does not kind of surprise too many people, and also because that forward base gets taken, it's much easier to kind of get in there with the Glaive Adepts and to really get something done. So we begin to work on that. It is indeed going to be Glaives, as the 3 extra gates come up as well. Dark Shrine on the way as a follow-up, so actually going to have Glaives into the DTs. Couple of gates coming up, the Dark Shrine coming in, our roaches are all building. More depth just being brought through here, shading about a little bit for the moment. Sets up, 4 more devs warping in. Some lanes getting around the back could actually be very interesting. Dark is building roaches in preparation. Spores as well going to be very important with the DT follow-up to this, so looks like the preparation is good. Link's going to get a wraparound on these adepts with a few roaches in range. We will see some adepts going down despite the glaives. Good damage being done. We cancel the shade. We're going to lose a few more adepts because of that, though. Actually, I mean, obviously the shade was forwards. Maybe it would have just been worth going for anyway, given the situation. Will fight. And DTs are going to trade. All them DTs getting swept away at as DTs swiping and dicing. Feelings coming over. And just have the DTs getting across. Lings get a wrap around. Hub's coming up. Next on the way. Going to morph in a couple of Archons as the follow-up here from Kratos. So DTs will become an Archon drop. But once more, we've got Dark who's just going to start launching himself to the other side. And well, I'll tell you whether those Archons or not. They're not at home defending. They might be on their way now, though. And maybe enough. And DT actually shows up. That'll be enough. No detection across the map just yet. We need that Observer to finish. Now, Slow Joe, thank you for the 31-month resub. Mars Bar for the 46 months on the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Do you have the Ravagers trying to drop, the Archons trying to drop in here, Ravagers to play the defense. Immortal, charge, and +1. All on the way. Clones is going to get the Overseer. Again, Roach Week coming up, Evo coming in. Extractor's going to finish in a few moments. Again, drones and OVs on the way up, charging +1 on the way. A couple of gates coming through as well as Alling is going to rock themselves through a set of rocks on the left side. Once you just again open up this map and give you access to future potential expansions from this forward base, if you can take that left side base, then Dark should be able to benefit from that a fair amount. Opening up these rocks, the prism continues to move through. He's going to get over there, still looking for openings with these Archons, trying to get something done. At the moment, Dark's actually just going to take the bottom side 4th base, but again, options to move about the map with these rocks gone is never a bad thing either. Archon, +1, coming through, the Immortal in production, Creator just continuing to establish into this army, obviously has Glaives, has Charge. There's no Blink, but not really any need to go into Blink late here. Maybe further down the line, Blink would become important again, but just not necessary at the moment. Archons will fire. Coming over, a couple of Archons will fire up onto the hatch, so Hatchery taking some hits. 12, Swarm Host on the way from the Infestation Pit, so we're going to see the Swarm Host set up That's our continuation now. Prism loads up, backs away once again. Again, the Swarm Horse is going to be able to knight us very shortly, and it's going to be a direct path into the main base. So that's going to be pretty huge. It's going to be a massive opportunity. Throws up valves and will knock down some rocks, opening the space into the bottom right-hand side. One set of rocks goes down. The Swarm Horse pop though, and here we go. All the Locusts coming over. The Archon's going to try and get some denials, but not going to happen. And now, well, you're going to have Locusts in the main, so you got to go deal with that as Lings are going to go elsewhere. +2 attack denied. Forge the first target here. We'll get a few probes. We'll get pylons, gateways. Any of this stuff is obviously fairly crucial. We're going to get 2 gates in the end. Roach Ravager still moving over. I think that was a pretty good start for Dark. Maybe not the most kind of eco damage or anything in particular done, but just getting through and getting a couple of structures and a few probes, and all of that just adds up, and it went very unanswered as well. So in a way, I guess that's nice, because like, well, you could have killed more if I didn't answer you at all, like if I didn't have anything showing up to kill the Locust, so maybe Creator's not too upset about it. Here comes Locust Wave 2. This one's directed toward the army, and the idea here is to try and get these Locusts in to tank some of these initial shots, and then it lets the Roach Ravager come through. Actually going to kill off at least a couple of Archons from this attack, so value being found by Dark, and he gets a lot of probes on the end as well. Look at that. 12 workers going down. Nidus in the natural is in range of a cannon, so that should not go very far. Nothing really too potent from that. Because I'm still overhead, and our Roach Ravager pulling back down. Yo, Zergiel, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs going out to Mishap and TV. You know what? I'm going to read those out when we come back out of this game, because it's obviously, again, pretty intense with these swarmers going on, and that's a big play. So thank you so much. Let's see some hype in the chat for Zergiel and the 10 gifted subs. Yeah, that's big. The Archon forcing the Locusts to drop early is actually pretty cool. Now we're going to see these Locusts still pressing forward, and we'll just get a few more probes picked off once again. The Locusts finding success when they make their moves. Nexus will be taking some shots. We see the rest of this army from Crater coming through the center. Both base goes down. A couple of Crows of Bars will drop in. The Mortal's taking damage. Colossus taking shots as well. Locusts are going to continue forward. Can we actually defend against this army? Obviously, once the Locusts are gone, the supply that is remaining from Dark is not a lot. He needs to start getting through some of these tech units. These Archons starting to get low. He does kill them off. It's a big deal. Now it's got to survive our way through the Immortal Colossus push. It does look good for Dark. 25 new roaches on the way. You'll have Locust back up in about 15 seconds to fire another wave of Locusts in here, and that should give him the buffer that he needs to really just take on this army. He's actually going to come in from most angles as well right now and just really commit this here and now. So just sends it, pulls the drones. He's going to get so many roaches. The reinforcement numbers are crazy for him. And the Prism will load up to save the Colossus, but that means the Immortal is stranded. And which Colossus do you save now? Neither of them. GG says Creator. And Dark is on the verge of winning the Korean Royale, one map away from $2,000 in his bank account for the first place prize. As Dark needs 1 and Creator needs to win 3 in a row, which obviously ain't going to be easy as we head to Site Delta for potentially our final map of this season of the Korean Royale. Dum 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 dum. Apparently Creator didn't get in the game somehow. That's a new one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cross and Zerg. Ready and ready. Let's do it. Alright, map 5. I'll get this underway. Grand finals of this season of the Korean Royale coming to a conclusion right here and now. It's ready to go. in the bottom right-hand corner. Now a blue Protoss player who must win the next 3 maps in a row if he wants to win this event. It's a tall ask. It is Creator looking to do what I think a lot of people do not think he'll be capable of doing against a Titan of Zerg and StarCraft 2 in general, which is Dark in the top left. 1 map for him to put another WardiTV event on his resume. You look through Dark's list of results, and I know not everyone tracks just WardiTV stuff, but I do. And you have a first place WardiTV 2023 Championship, second place Christmas Day Games 2023, obviously a bunch of top 8s and stuff as well. He's got second place Korean Royale Season 2. He got first place in our Spring Championship in 2023 as well. Second place in another couple of events. I mean, again, I'm just scrolling down his list. Top 4 Korean Royale Season 1, second place Winter Championship. I mean, you name it, and Dark has probably been winning it, you know? Like, very, very seriously. He actually got second place in another Christmas Day games. That time was against Rogue. Yeah. It's kind of wild because he's got quite a lot of wins, but he only really started playing like and spamming online tournaments in the last year and a bit, which is maybe the more surprising part of Dark's story. Apparently he has a drone over here. I missed that as I was scrolling the Wikipedias. Some shoutouts. First of all, Luciano 2000 SC2 just dropped in with the Prime. Thank you so much. Slimline with the Prime as well, I believe I missed during the game. Thank you. And Zergiel with the gifted subs. 10 of them went out to Watch Lulu, Beanick 4680, Johnny Rallo, Bang 101, Chop Chop, Daciel 95, Misshappen TV, Drenmy, Project Gaming FR, Direful, Evolution, and Campo Chess. Thank you so much for the generosity of 10 gifted subs. Zergiel, appreciate it. Thanks for supporting our tournaments and the Korean Royale. Links be coming up, couple queens, couple lings all underway. Nexus and Stargate building up from Creator. That Stargate on the way through, so just getting that into action. Links be coming in, it's about halfway done. Hatchery, couple lings, all coming about. Okay, coming up. The Adept is coming by. Couple of probes. Will still be producing as the Oracle will be on the way. So Oracle coming up. So Adept's going to go shading out again. Drones, queens, link speed continue to come up also. Of course, we're back to that Stargate. We're back into the Oracles. As Creator has, if nothing else, been very good at mixing up his kind of game plan each game. There's one thing I got to commend Creator for over the past couple of years when he really started to pop off in, you know, richer GSL finals and just looked like a generally stronger player than he had been in the years prior. I mean, he has been so good at being one of the players to really mix up the strategies and the build order choices. He's comfortable across a lot of different playstyles. He's not just like specializing in one way of playing, and I think as a Protoss player that is so essential in this day and age. If you're just trying to do one thing as a Protoss, it's so easy for the other races to figure it out, to get on top of you, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you just don't want to give them those sort of possibilities, right? Oracles gather towards the top side. 10 drones coming up. The melee upgrade coming through. Nothing moving about as well. 12 drones on the way. And those Oracles coming around the top. Couple queens are going to be there. Oracle turned around immediately. And the Stalker will just continue to go after this Overlord. So Overlord will take some shots here, taking some more damage. Queen's fighting, Oracle taking shots, a couple drones going down. So far, so good. Just have the lair on the way up, the drone on the way, a couple more overlords popping through, and the hatchery coming in from dark as well. So just continue to bring that hatchery into action. Queens will drop some more creep tumors down. Just spreading around on that left-hand side, and again, the oracles get back to the center of the map. These oracles come back over the left again. A few gates coming up, plus one attack and blink coming through. Robo facility and the cannon all continuing up as well. Creep tumors just going down, and our Adepts and our Stalkers continue to fight. Those Queens will take some shots. Mally upgraded battle completers, plus one and blink continue to come through. Robo Bay also in production. You see this little bit of a poke right now is dangerous because you don't have an easy getaway. But the Oracle should be able to protect you against the Lings, and that's the main idea. If the Lings wrap around, the Oracles activate, Oracles will get a lot of Lings, then it's not really worth doing that, right? That's typically the reason why you're able to push with such few units, despite them not really being teched up effectively, not really upgraded properly. How that works as our Spire continues in, about halfway done. The Oracle will activate 3-4 drones going down on the 4th base, so gets that grab nice and quickly. This is the start, which obviously looks similar to how Creator was going on Golden Aura and able to get some drones early. Starts adding up and puts you into a tougher position as Dark. Once again, it's the same as earlier on. 9 drones, 7 Lings, and Overlord. No units lost from Creator. He's lost nothing. Zilch, 0, nada here in this 5th game. Looking to keep himself and this tournament finals alive at the moment. Refusing to give up easily. Lings run down the left. Here is the money spent from Dark Spire. And now Mutalisks. Well, second Stargate on the way. Creator Scout is good because he's building a Phoenix and he's building a second Stargate. Now Dark is still very capable of making this game chaotic enough to kind of catch Creator and still make him make mistakes, right? That is what Dark is so good at. He's fast, he's strategically chaotic. Or chaotically strategic. I don't know which way around really it is. He's just chaos, but in a very strategic manner, right? So he uses that chaos to apply his strategies and to kind of bring himself opportunity. So Oracle gets another 5 drones. The economy Dog is taking an absolute beatdown here on Site Delta. Couple more gateways coming into the main base. The Mutalisks show up. Gonna find an Oracle on this left-hand side. That goes down. We're now jumping ourselves onto some of their stack defense. Cannon, probes. The other Phoenix, though, and that's where the Mutas will have to be a lot more careful. And with that amount of Phoenix already up, building more and more Mutas, we might even start to think about a handful of Corruptors just to go and be the tanks for the Mutalisks. Get those Corruptors in the front, then the Phoenix pretty much just have to target the Corruptors, and the Mutas can just go elsewhere and target other things during that time. Be very powerful, especially for shutting down structures. If you want to shut down a certain structure, the Corruptors will just jump on the Phoenix, and the Mutas will just stay behind the Corruptors and do that targeting. Let's go over to the right side. Battery will fall. Nexus standing strong as we're actually going to take this fight against a few Stalkers. Obviously, Phoenix damage being done during this. Lings get into this mineral line, but they don't do much before turned around by the Colossus, and it's got to be said that this is really not going the way that I think Dark wanted it to. He wanted this to be more, like I say, chaotic, all over the place, busy, hectic. Make Creator make mistakes. Well, that's not happening because Creator is defending extremely well and very easily so far, it would seem. Mutalisks going to dive in, get themselves an Oracle. I mean, to be fair, this is where the anti-air is not apparently, so we get through, but the Phoenix are quick to respond. Now the Lings are trying their look on the right-hand side, but there's a Colossus there as well, so no entry point where the Lings can really get in and deal damage, so no look had on that regard. The Corruptor's coming up. +2 fire attack. Carapace on the way. Archon's Phoenix building up. We got ourselves a fleet beacon about to complete as well on the side of Creator. Phoenix are going to come running over and shut down the prism, so that's one nice thing from Dog. Doesn't even have to begin to worry about that, just shuts it down, and that is that, so that part goes very well. So see now these Colossi working their way through this little area here. And a little bit of space. Things run down the right-hand side. We will see the Mutalisk still overhead. Phoenix, Prism. Moving about. Those Corruptors coming about, our Stalkers firing up, a couple Lings going down. Damage being done. As all these Corruptors I talked about earlier, I mean, there's obviously a lot of Corruptors. We are going to take very seriously this idea of zoning these Phoenix. Obviously, Corruptors can't fight the Archon on the ground, for example, though. As the Mutas can. Archon will do a bit of splash. We have got Storm finishing. Storms on these units would go huge, as now Dark overtakes the main base. Corruptors still getting rid of the Phoenix, and now more and more Mutas are still being built. Eventually, Dark still has to win a kind of a fight against the main army, I would imagine, but it ain't gonna happen with those Lings giving themselves up like that. Oh, what if we just dive the Colossus right now? Get rid of this splash. The Archon has to morph as well because we did not have the energy required to storm, it seems. Get rid of that Archon. Prism going to be targeted. Suddenly, Creator is in trouble as he's just not able to deal with the amount of yeah, he needed Storms and Archons and more of them, but one or two here and there was not going to do it, and that is huge catches from Dark as he puts himself, as he has on 10 more meters. He's going to go to 45 meters. And he is flocking his way to the next stage. I see Storm didn't even finish because he killed the Templar Archives. So I thought he finished Storm. I apologize. He actually killed the Templar Archives. I was busy watching the Corruptors fight Phoenix, I think. So he actually doesn't even have Storm. So that's why he couldn't Storm. Oh, I mean, obviously then just needs more Archons or something. As we are going to be seeing our Stalkers continue to come through. But yeah, I mean, that splash is kind of what you need. You need some kind of reliable splash here. And that's just not something that exists at the moment. So now that this is really looking as though we have got a disaster on our hands. As Muta Corruptor comes through, a couple of cannons getting knocked down. We're just going to keep on chipping our way through. Again, eventually we've got to fight this Stalker count, though. That's one thing we absolutely have to be able to do still. I mean, there's Storm on the way back up, and a few Storms can still absolutely dismantle this Mutalisk flock. 44 of them in the game, 11 Corruptors, only 5 Phoenix left on the map. Basically, pure Stalker from the side of our Protoss. Uh-oh, High Templars found again. Probably target that Archon before we leave because that's just so valuable to get rid of High Templars and Archons and those better splash units, right? That is absolutely essential. So yeah, Storm going to finish up here after it got cancelled. That Temple Archives dying previously. Phoenix again in position to push the Corruptor Mutalisk away. Ultra Cavern coming up. Storm is finishing. Phoenix are finishing. Adrenal Glands, +3 melee, +2 flyer carapace, all coming up. The Muta's still flying overhead here. Yes, man, there's just so many of them. Gonna see finally some Storms coming down, but they only really chip the edges. Can Creator even afford that many Storms at once? That's one of the other issues. If you can't get enough at the same time, that's a problem as well. Just going to target the Stargate, right? Another valuable target that these Mutas can go for. Stop any further Phoenix from coming online. He's in no rush to kill it, because if a Phoenix pops out during the time he's there, it's just a free picking, right? So Accelerates a little bit, but then finishes it off and pulls away. Corrupt Mutalisk pulling back, now going to turn back around. Simulator taking some damage, going to go down 2. Again, Creator just in a world of trouble. Mutas are just going after the Stalkers as they blink backwards. They're going to turn back around. There's an Archon there. Should be a quick target. Needs to get rid of that quickly because now the Mutalisks have taken a lot of splash. This might be a moment where you've got to wait a little bit as 7 Ultras on the way, by the way. It's going to be a big deal. Yeah, this is where you obviously just sit and you have to micro these units so they don't fly into range or AFK into the range of the other units and to the Stalkers, but I think that's fine. Yeah, with the Ultra follow-up, there's finally our true, proper answer to this late game of like, hey, how do I actually fight that army? Because at some stage you got to fight the ground army too. Ultras is going to be how that happens. Ultras is the toy. As Dark is Mutalisk glaving his way ever closer to this Korean Royale Season 3 Championship. Just diving in, just going to go for the Stalkers here. And killing off a few. Corruptors just go diving for the Phoenix as well. Prism shows up. That's going to be a free pickings. Nothing to be gained from flying that in there as Dark now down to only 12 Mutalisks, so that number has finally been kind of, you know, slashed on down. But again, it's all those Ultras he's been building. It's this ground army he's ending up on. It's going to likely be absolutely brutal to deal with. Dark is still rich, 4.3, 1.3k banked. Ton of upgrades continuing to produce. So just blink in, couple of Mutalisks getting shot down. There's a few units start coming across the map. We're going to see the Ultras here, and then Predator has to be like, oh, come on, I've barely been able to handle the Mutalisks. He's got one Immortal in this. As the Mutalisks fly in, they force the Storm. The single Immortal is going to get absolutely wrecked by the Ultras, honestly. And now these Archons are going to get chased back as well. Dark is still maxed out as he builds 66 Lings. The tech units are dead. The Mutalisks did go down, but... well, as the Ultras continue to come through. Ultras come in. Whoa, what's that? An Ultras body again. Absolutely. What's going on with that Ultras corpse? Oh my goodness. It was doing the spin of death, the victory spin, as GG's is called, and that is going to be Dark taking it 4-1. He is your WardiTV Korean Royale champion. Great set of games today, guys. Dark dominant in the finals, but a thrill of a PvP in the semis. Some great PvT from Classic in the match before that. Even the early TVZ was great. If you missed QS Solo, that was also a great match to start the day on. It was just very, very fun, man. Very, very fun. Jilwin Jedi, thank you so much for the 77-month resub as well. Guys, if you enjoyed the WardiTV Korean Royale, again, do consider supporting the stream by following, subscribing, priming, cheering, donating, etc. All of it does help us to run more events like the Korean Royale. It's not very likely that we're going to run another Korean Royale of this size with, like, you know, above a $5,000 prize pool, because lately the stream has been a little bit slower going and everything, so it's much more likely we'll have to scale down for a future season of the Korean Royale, and just WardiTV events in general will be scaling down a little bit, but there will still be WardiTV events. We'll be doing our best to bring you guys something new and fresh soon. Schedule-wise, tomorrow I'm going to be streaming the ESL Open Cup Korea. That will be followed by streaming the new Stormgate faction for a few hours. I'll be doing that tomorrow. Is this week still Higgs tournament? I feel like it's not, otherwise I'd heard more about it. I'll probably do something on Tuesday. I've just not really planned it out yet, guys. So we've got stuff coming up as the week goes by. And... World Team League on Friday, yeah. Kung Fu Cup Wednesday, World Team League over the weekend. I'll probably make something happen Tuesday and Thursday that I just don't know about yet, so we'll figure that out. So, yeah, we're going to be doing that. So, again, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro at the end here, so if you can, stick around for a moment and watch the ads again. That is a great way to support as well, to allow us to run more SE2 events. Totally Not a Pylon, thank you so much for the 35-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, thank you so much. And with that, guys, thanks so much for helping to make the last 3 seasons of the Korean Royale happen. Again, even if we can't make more Korean Royale happen, we'll still try and do our best with some smaller events in the future. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do. As, yeah, thank you so much, guys. Not much else to say. Thank you so much for the support today. A few subs and stuff rolling on in. and some donations here and there. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you guys again next time. Next season at Maru. Well, Maru didn't want to play this season because the timing didn't work out well for him, so he did play in seasons 1 and 2. So you can only do so much, you know. So yeah, I think that really is about it. Thank you so much, guys, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow for some ESL Open Cup career.